So, David Brooks is finally learning what so many Americans have known all along. Take a look at this excerpt from a recent Atlantic. David Brooks is grieving. Not a death, not a war crime, not the destruction of civil rights and civil liberties. No, he's grieving the collapse of a myth. The loss of a story he told himself and what so other many Americans like him about what America is and what that made him. He says he feels moral shame, but that's not shame. That's disorientation because he's losing his identity. Because January 20th, 2025 didn't change anything essential about America. January 6th, 2021 did neither. And if you want a good taste of that, read Harbingers by Timothy Heath. It just made something visible that was already there the whole time. And what Brooks and a whole generation of elite white Americans are experiencing right now is what happens when a visceral, internalized nationalism built on American exceptionalism finally gets exposed as fiction. It's not just the right. It's not just moderates. Even most liberals, even those on the so-called left, still believe deep down that the American project was noble, that the revolution was righteous, that the founders, flawed as they were, meant well, that those lofty words in 1776 actually applied to them. But here's the thing, they didn't. The revolution wasn't about what you think. Independence wasn't fought for what you've been told. The patriots weren't who you wanted them to be. And this country has never lived by the values it so loves to quote, ever. No matter how many times Ken Burns might say that it was. Black Americans, indigenous peoples, immigrants, refugees, anybody but the folks at the very, very top. They've known this since 1776. They've had to survive the reality why people like David Brooks swim in the myth. So if you are only just realizing that the country you believed in isn't the country we've actually had, then good. But don't confuse that revolution with a moral awakening. It's just the start. Before we can move forward towards something better, and definitely towards something else, we need a full deconstruction of the identity that so many white Americans still cling to. That kind of nationalism doesn't just fade. Not when so many are doing their level best to repackage it as a tool to what they believe will undermine the current regime without recognizing how that story and continuing to tell it just strengthens them. Every time you quote a founder at them, it just makes them stronger because it reinforces their fantasy that the words of the patriots matter. It fits into their idea of patriotic education and of making America great again to when those people were in charge. So every time you do that, every time you quote James Madison or Alexander Hamilton or Thomas Jefferson or George Washington, it's a win for the regime every single time. So the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment, we need to read them as the patriots would have, because those are the only people who clearly matter, and their words absolutely matter more than you do. That toxic fiction has to be torn down, brick by mythical brick. Only then can we begin again towards a new reconstruction and make sure that we actually go through with what we should have done the first time. So welcome to the party, David Brooks and people like him. Now stop feeling sorry for yourselves, get over losing your privilege, and get to work with the rest of us.
Isn't it it's such an incredible place. Well, we're building a big a ballroom, beautiful, right here. If you go, it would be right through that, right through here. It's going to be. I'll tell you, but it's going to be fantastic. Actually, you can let them come in. I think we're going to have a successful talk today. Please, come on in. Do you guys want to take some questions or anything? Huh? See. Hi, Mark. Yeah, good. Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you here. Special place. White House is special no matter where you're from. Represents so much, and it really is beautiful. And thank you for all of the wonderful things that took place today. We've had a very successful day thus far. And important discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal, very simple goal. We want to stop the killing, get this settled. I've just had the honor of being with President Zelensky and all of the discussions that we've had. We covered a lot of territory. And I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting. And we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished, put this to sleep, because this is not since the Second World War has there been anything like this. So I'm honored to welcome NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's a great gentleman, great political leader in Europe generally, but now he's the NATO Secretary General, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Mark. Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom, our friend and my friend, and doing really well. And people like him a lot. We all like him. Everyone knows President Macron of France, who's been with me from the beginning, one of the first people I met as a foreign dignitary, and I liked him from day one. And I like him even more now. That's pretty good. That's unusual. That's a pretty unusual thing. Prime Minister Meloni of Italy, who's a really a great leader and an inspiration over there. She's served now, even though she's a very young person, she's served there for a long period of time relative to others. They don't last very long. You've lasted a long time. You're going to be there a long time. Chancellor Merz of Germany, who is a very strong person and a very strong leader and very highly respected in Germany. And he's my friend, and it's an honor to have him as my friend. Thank you very much. Very good. You look great with your tan. Where did you get that tan? I want to get a tan like that. President Stubb of Finland, and he's somebody that, where are we here? Huh? Where? I'm right here. Oh, you look better than I've ever seen you look. But you've done a great job, and we wanted to have you here because you're somebody that we all respect. And you've had a lot to do with the success, I think, and the potential success. And thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who is somebody that we just made a big deal with all of those countries. I don't know. I think you might be more powerful than all these guys at this table. I don't know. But we had a great negotiation, and you're respected all over the world. So I want to thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor to have you. The Alaska summit reinforced my belief that while difficult, peace is within reach, and I believe that in a very significant step, President Putin agreed that Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine, and this is one of the key points that we need to consider, and we're going to be considering that at the table also, like who will do what, essentially. I'm optimistic that collectively we can reach an agreement that would deter any future aggression against Ukraine, and I actually think there won't be. I think that's even overrated, largely overrated, but we're going to find out. And I think that the European nations are going to take a lot of the burden. We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure. We also need to discuss the possible exchanges of territory, taking into consideration the current line of contact. That means the war zone, the war lines that are pretty obvious, very sad, actually, to look at them. And negotiating positions. President Putin, also, you have President of Ukraine, who is you just met a little while ago, and we're going to try and get a three-party meeting, maybe as soon as we can. And I have a feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out. Ultimately, this is a decision that can only be made by President Zelensky and by the people of Ukraine working also together in agreement with President Putin. And I just think that's very good things are going to come of it. So I hope we have a good meeting. And if we can have a good meeting, I'll set up a meeting with President Putin. And if you'd like, I'll go to that meeting. And not that I want to do that, but I will do that because we want to save a lot of people from dying. A lot of people are dying, and we got to save them. We got to save it. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people sometimes a week. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening, but President Zelensky and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know, in the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a ceasefire. And so I don't know that it's necessary. You can do it through the war, but it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing. But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries and respected all over Europe. And they speak for, largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe. And we will come to a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And that's pretty much the story. I'd like to say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you could come over and you could stand, you could use mine, or you could just turn around, whichever you feel comfortable with.
Thank you so much. I can speak without microphone. Thank you so much. I think that we had very good conversation with President Trump.
Very good.
And it really was the best one. Or sorry, maybe the best one will be in the future. But it was really good. And we spoke about very sensitive points. The first one is security guarantees. And we are very happy with President that all the leaders are here, and the security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts. They have been online before yesterday, and etc. So a lot of countries on the side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia and stop this war. We spoke about it, and we will speak more about security guarantees. This is very important that the United States gives such strong signal and is ready for security guarantees. The second point, or maybe the first, humanitarian direction, very important to exchange all the prisoners, and I think that President will help. And I was very thankful to your wife again, Mr. President, for the letter about our abducted children, and I hope that really it can be a historic role for the people to bring kids back to the families and be happy and
Get the people back, yeah.
Yes, this is so important, and I'm happy that we discussed it, this track with the President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then what is very important, that all the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting, and he said that he will come or not come. Ukraine will be happy if you
both
participate.
want me there, I will be there. Yeah,
yeah, you know. Thank you. And I think this is very important. Yes, so security guarantees, bringing kids back, and all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people in prison. So we need them back. and guarantees which will work for the years. We spoke about it, and I showed the president a lot of details on the battlefield, on the map. Thank you so much. Thank you for the map, by the way.
Good map.
It was great. Yeah. I'm thinking how to take it back.
We'll get you.
No. I think that we had constructive, specific meeting, and I'm very thankful to all the leaders who are here, and you help a lot, and so we're happy that we have such big unity today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
for hosting us.
Mr.
Thank you.
President. I think you'll see that President Putin really would like to do something else. I think when we set that up, when we do, I think it's going to be when, not if. I think you're going to see some really positive moves. I know there's over 1,000 prisoners, and I know they're going to release them. Maybe they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, which I think is great. But we're going to set that up today after this meeting. So very good and great remarks. I appreciate it. Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock, basically with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call. And from there, we are now where we are today. And that is, I think if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible war. So I'm really excited. And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards, we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said, I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. Is really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Well, NATO also has agreed from 2% to 5%, which is something that is a massive amount of money. And it's 2% that wasn't always paid to 5% that is paid. That's a big difference. And so we appreciate that. That was a great move. Thank you very much. Ursula, maybe on behalf of the Commission, you could say a couple of words.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's a very important moment. Indeed, we are here, Europeans, as friends and allies. We had a fantastic NATO summit. Together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world, we had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest, stop the killing. And indeed, it's very good to hear that we're working on the security guarantees, Article 5 life security guarantees, so important. But I want to thank you also that you mentioned the thousands of Ukrainian children that have been abducted. And as a mother and grandmother, every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine, to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing. And congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula. Mr. Chancellor from Germany, a very great leader.
Mr. President,
Please.
dear Donald, many thanks for having us today. I think this is extremely helpful that we are meeting and hearing that the two of you are having such a good meeting today here in Washington. The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it last Friday, but now the way is open for complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire, the latest from the next meeting on. I can't imagine that the next meeting would take place without a ceasefire. So let's work on that, and let's try to put pressure on Russia, because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever it takes place.
Well, we're going to let the president go over and talk to the president, and we'll see how that works out. And if we can do that, I will say, and again, I say it, in the 6 wars that I've settled, I haven't had a ceasefire. We just got into negotiations, and they
Trump is
one of the
pushing
wars
hard
was,
for
as
that
you know, in
Nobel
the Congo
Prize,
was
isn't he?
30 years, 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with 2 great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great. And if we don't do a ceasefire, because many other points were given to us, many points were given to us, great points. Please, Georgia, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Donald, Mr. President, for hosting us today in this important meeting. And I think it is an important day, a new phase, after 3 years and a half that we didn't see any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you. Thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united. So that's why it's a very good day, the one we are in. You can obviously count on Italy as it was from the beginning. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we do absolutely support your efforts towards peace. We will talk about many important topics. The first one is security guarantees, how to be sure that it won't happen again, which is the precondition of every kind of peace. I'm happy that we will discuss about that. I'm happy that we will begin from a proposal, which is the, let's say, Article 5 model, which was Italian at the beginning. So we are always ready to bring our proposals for peace, for dialogue. It's something we have to build together to guarantee peace and to defend the security of our nation. So thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel?
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this meeting and for your commitment. And everything was said, but I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important, because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed, is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need these security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army for the years and decades to come. And the second one is our own commitments, all of us. And we worked very hard during the past few months amongst the coalition of the willings, with the support of NATO, to build the different pillars of security guarantees and our commitments. And you can be sure that the Europeans are very lucid about the fact that they have their fair share in these security guarantees for Ukraine, but their own security is clearly at stake in this situation. So you can count on us, as we can count on you, in order to deliver this robust peace for both Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Mr. Prime Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting us here. Can I start where Emmanuel started, which is we all want peace. The war in Ukraine has had a huge impact, particularly on the Ukrainians who've borne the brunt of it, but it's also had an impact on Europe and on the United Kingdom. There's not a family or community that hasn't been affected. And when we talk about security, we're talking about the security not just of Ukraine, we're talking about the security of Europe and the United Kingdom as well, which is why this is such an important issue. I think this is such an important meeting. As a group, I think we've had a discussion on the phone a number of times, Mr. President, but be able now to be around the table to take it forward. And I really feel that we can, I think, with the right approach this afternoon, make real progress, particularly on the security guarantees, and your indication of security guarantees of some sort of Article 5 style guarantees fits with what we've been doing with the Coalition of the Willing, which we started some months ago, bringing countries together and showing that we were prepared to step up to the plate when it came to security. With you coming alongside, the US alongside what we've already developed, I think we could take a really important step forward today. A historic step, actually, could come out of this meeting in terms of security for Ukraine and security in Europe. I also feel that we can make real progress towards a just and lasting outcome. Obviously, that has to involve Ukraine, and a trilateral meeting seems the sensible next step. So thank you for being prepared to take that forward, because I think if we can ensure that that is the progress out of this meeting, both security guarantees and some sort of progress on trilateral meeting of some sort to bring some of the difficult issues to a head, then I think today will be seen as a very important day in recent years in relation to a conflict which has gone on for 3 and a bit years. And so far, nobody's been able to bring it to this point. So I thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. And, it's very interesting because this is the first for the White House. You can't say that very often. It's seen a lot over the years, since 1799, to be almost exact. But this is the first where we've had so many prime ministers, presidents, the heads of European nations. And by the way, Alex, I'd like you to say a couple of words too. You're a young, powerful man. Before I finish up, I want you to say a couple of words. Go ahead.
I'll take the notion of youth back to my wife and try to convince her. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think in the past 2 weeks, we've probably had more progress in ending this war than we have in the past 3.5 years. And I think the fact that we're around this table today is very much symbolic in the sense that it's Team Europe and Team United States helping Ukraine. And the progress that we're looking out of this meeting is about the security guarantees, which are a big part of this. And then, of course, moving towards a process with a trilateral meeting with you and President Putin and President Zelensky. Some of the international media might wonder, why is the president of Finland here? I think the reason is probably that we might come from a small country, but we have a long border with Russia, over 800 miles. And we, of course, have our own historical experience with Russia from World War II, the Winter War and the War of Continuation. And if I look at the silver lining of where we stand right now, we found a solution in 1944, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a solution in 2025 to end Russia's war of aggression and find and get a lasting and just peace. The situation is very difficult, but that's why we're here.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Good job. So we're going to be meeting for a while, and we're going to discuss some of the issues. And I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where people want to do things. I really do believe. I've known him for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too. And we'll see. And in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue? We'll do our best to get it ended. And I believe you have 2 willing parties, and usually that's good news, but 2 willing parties that want to make a deal. And we'll journey together, and we'll go over and we'll see if it can be done. And it's possible it might not be able to be done. On the other hand, it's possible it will, and we're going to save thousands and thousands of lives a week. And so it's something we really have to do. And, or at least we have to give it our best. It's all you can do. You can give it your best, but I think we may have a very good outcome. So I want to thank you all, and the media, I want to thank you. We're going to be staying here for a little while. Then we're going to walk over to the Oval Office, and we're going to have another little discussion about similar matters. And then they're going to go home to their great countries and report. And I'm going to remain here and work, and you're going to go and work. We're all going to be working. We may be in a different location, but that's what we know how to do is work. But I want to thank the media. Has been actually very fair, generally speaking, very fair. I think it's important that they're fair because this is a very important subject. We have to get it ended. And so that's all we ask for is fairness with the media. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I swear, if I hear deal one more time, um, I prefer to term it as solving a problem. A deal between Russia and Ukraine suggests that both are equally culpable, and they just kind of negotiate a deal. Russia invaded Ukraine. That's actually how it should be approached. And Trump, in my opinion, there's a reason he didn't solve it on day one. He's Putin's whipping boy. So we'll get into next two stories or so, or kind of Ukraine related. Uh, Washington Post reports in hurried DC summit, Europeans try to bend Trump away from Kremlin. Talks over Ukraine appear friendly, but no signs emerge of a firm agreement to end the war. Yeah, there's a whole lot of we want peace. But maybe they talked about something in the Oval Office, and I didn't see, I wasn't looking for any reporting from the Oval Office. Maybe there's some out there, but this is kind of the Washington Post's summary.
You're listening to In Hurried DC Summit, Europeans Try to Bend Trump Away from Kremlin, a news story written by Michael Birnbaum and Kat Zakarzewski and read by an AI-generated voice. Leaders of European and NATO countries presented a united front Monday with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, after racing to Washington hoping to steer President Donald Trump away from some of the concessions he appeared ready to grant the Kremlin to end the war in Ukraine. After several hours of meetings, sharp differences remained evident between the leaders and Trump, who declared that Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready for peace, even as he has continued his bombardment of Ukraine and demanded that Kyiv make sweeping, painful concessions to stop the war. But Ukrainian and European leaders appeared encouraged by Trump's openness to security guarantees for Ukraine, which Putin might not accept. That could make the Kremlin the obstacle to Trump's peace deal, insulating Ukraine from having to choose between untenable concessions of territory and inviting Trump's ire. The next step in the process could be a meeting directly between Zelensky and Putin, perhaps with Trump in attendance as well. Putin and Zelensky will meet within the next 2 weeks, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said after the White House meetings ended. We are ready for any kind of format, but at the level of leaders, Zelensky told reporters after he left the White House. The Kremlin, however, stopped well short of accepting that idea. Yuri Ushakov, Putin's foreign policy advisor, told reporters that Putin and Trump discussed the idea that it would be advisable to explore the possibility of raising the level of representatives of the Ukrainian and Russian sides participating in the negotiations. Trump offered a polite reception to Zelensky, a stark difference from his visit in February, when he was ejected from the White House after a meeting turned into a verbal attack by Trump. This time, Zelensky had backup from 7 of the world's most powerful leaders at a historic White House pilgrimage. Really, I am so grateful for all of them to organize this trip to Washington so quickly, Zelensky said. I am forever grateful. It really had a massive influence, because Ukraine is not alone. But there was no immediate move toward the ceasefire that Ukraine has pressed for, and the Europeans were seeking more detail about the potential promises from Washington to help underwrite Kyiv's security. Ukraine also offered to buy $100 billion of U.S. weapons to be funded by Europe, as part of its bid to win America's commitment to security guarantees, said a person briefed on the talks, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive matters. The Financial Times first reported the proposal. Monday's unusual group meeting at the White House continued an extraordinary sequence of diplomacy that could shape security in Europe for a generation, with European leaders fearing that Putin was getting the upper hand in the breakneck peace effort. Trump reveled at Monday's tableau, saying that the White House had never seen such a collection of prime ministers and presidents, all of whom dropped what they were doing to rush to Washington to try to salvage Ukraine's security. Several of the leaders, including French President Emmanuel Macron and Merz, tried to frame their goals as Trump's own, portraying an immediate ceasefire and robust U.S. security guarantees for Ukraine as ideas endorsed by the White House. Trump, however, appeared to reject a ceasefire and was vague about what he would offer Ukraine to bolster its defense as part of any deal. Instead, he portrayed Putin as someone who is eager to halt the fighting. I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where people want to do things I really do believe, Trump said. I've known Putin for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too. Trump at one point paused the East Room meeting and left the European leaders to speak for 40 minutes by phone to Putin, according to one person familiar with the talks, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to talk frankly about the sensitive closed-door conversations. Macron and Merz pressured Trump to demand a ceasefire ahead of a possible joint meeting with Zelensky and Putin. Macron sought to position such a move as Trump's idea, even after the president signaled he was willing to allow the war to continue during negotiations. Russia said they would refuse a ceasefire, but President Trump is convinced he can come to a peace agreement without a ceasefire, Macron told reporters after the meeting. We all told him, we cannot discuss a peace agreement that takes several days, several weeks while the bombs continue to drop. But Trump claimed that no ceasefire was needed to negotiate the ends of other conflicts during his presidency. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on their lasting peace, Trump said with the world leaders. And maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening. The day's events began with a military color guard holding U.S. state flags flanking the driveway to the White House as Zelensky arrived in a black SUV with small Ukrainian and American flags waving from the fenders. Trump raised his fist as Zelensky's car pulled up to the West Wing lobby entrance, then gave him a warm handshake and put his arm around his shoulders before ushering him into the White House. The welcome fell short, however, of the red carpet and B-2 bomber flyover that greeted Putin when he arrived Friday to meet with Trump in Anchorage. Trump said he complimented Zelensky's black jacket and collared shirt, a departure from the military-style fatigues that were mocked during the Ukrainian president's disastrous February visit to the White House. Zelensky appeared to have learned from that meeting and adopted the playbook that has helped other European leaders succeed with Trump: flattery. I think that we had very good conversation with President Trump. It really was the best one, Zelensky said after their one-on-one meeting. Or sorry, maybe the best one will be in the future, but it was really good. He also handed the president, who loves letters, a handwritten note from his wife for First Lady Melania Trump, thanking her for her letter to Putin about the plight of children in Ukraine. Zelensky remained cordial in the opening remarks of the Oval Office meeting, even as Trump appeared to concede to some of Putin's demands. Trump claimed that, strategically, a ceasefire could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. The main beneficiary of a ceasefire would be Ukrainian civilians, who would be spared after more than 3 years of attacks. Without a ceasefire, Russia has continued to pound Ukraine, killing at least 2 children in overnight attacks in Kharkiv and Zaporizhzhia. Zelensky said in the Oval Office that one of the victims was under the age of 2. Trump said the United States would be involved in keeping peace in Ukraine after any agreement with Russia, but he offered few specifics on the role that U.S. forces would play. Trump later said in a Truth Social post that European countries would provide the guarantees, with a coordination with the United States of America. Zelensky came away pleased with his meeting, viewing the American and European security guarantees as a significant achievement that will be difficult for Moscow to accept as part of any peace deal, a Zelensky advisor said. They're very, very happy with this, noted the advisor, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive meeting. The advisor said the contrast could not be more stark with Zelensky's last visit. I think it will be Putin who says no, the advisor said. The Russians don't want a de facto NATO arrangement for Ukraine with European peacekeepers in Ukraine. They don't want European troops now 500 miles closer to Russia. That's not why they fought this war. Ukrainian officials have long feared that the Trump administration would propose a peace deal with territorial concessions unacceptable to Kyiv. If Ukraine was viewed as the obstacle to peace, Trump might then withdraw military support for Ukraine, a nightmare scenario for Kyiv. If Trump views Putin as the obstacle, however, the US could once again step up pressure on Moscow, the European leaders suggested. Trump is willing to take sanctions if Russia is not willing to play ball, Macron said after the meeting. European leaders have welcomed Trump's new openness to possible US security guarantees for Ukraine. Guarantees are key to any settlement to give Kyiv protection against future attacks and as a means for Zelensky to get domestic acceptance for a deal with Russia, they said. A coalition led by France and Britain has for months planned ways to back Ukraine in a future deal, including with weapons and possibly some troops. France and Britain, Europe's only nuclear powers, are the only countries that have announced a readiness to deploy troops. As other big nations, such as Germany, have hesitated, ideas on the size of such a force have been whittled down. Beyond troops, however, plans include providing air and sea power to secure Ukraine's skies, nuclear sites, and Black Sea corridors, and above all, reinforcing Ukraine's army with pledges of weapons and training. France and Britain had sought U.S. support for a deployment of a small group of forces to post-war Ukraine, away from the front lines. The proposals draw on U.S. backing with key capabilities such as intelligence and satellite surveillance, and would aim to deter Russia from attempting to reignite the war. But with many details unsettled, it was clear that a deal to end the war is not yet at hand, said Macron. It's far from over. Ellen Francis in Brussels, Catherine Belton in London, Natalia Abakumova in Riga, Latvia, and Katie Tarrant, John Hudson and Patrick Svitek in Washington contributed to this report.
Yeah, I don't think we're as close to ending this sort of thing as Trump would have us believe. Putin thinks he is a major country and seeks to be recognized as one. So good luck with that. Saturday, President Putin met with some Russian Orthodox, or let's see, was it a Russian? Oh, an American Orthodox bishop met with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Apparently, there's some wreath or something that he laid on some airmen that crashed decades ago, and that American Orthodox bishop caught a lot of hell from the American Christian community. An American Orthodox bishop met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska, exchanging warm greetings and gifts of holy icons. Ukrainian Orthodox bishops in the U.S. denounced the meeting as a betrayal of Christian witness amid the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Ukrainian Orthodox bishops stated that such actions are not merely unfortunate, but a betrayal of the gospel of Christ and scandalous to the faithful. The bishops emphasized that the Russian regime is responsible for the invasion of Ukraine and the death of many innocent people. And we all know about children that appear to have been kidnapped. So that is that. So we're going to switch gears. This was disturbing. Trump vows executive order to end mail-in ballots and replace voting machines. On Monday, President Donald Trump announced on Truth Social he would lead a movement and sign an executive order to end mail-in ballots ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. Of course he will. President Donald Trump said on Fox News's Hannity that Vladimir Putin told him no other countries use mail-in voting and claimed U.S. elections were rigged by mail ballots. Legal experts note the U.S. Constitution prohibits the president from overriding state election laws, as Trump falsely claimed on Monday, and courts have struck down previous executive orders as unconstitutional. Voting rights groups in Democratic states filed 5 lawsuits, and a judge blocked parts of the order, prompting Senator Alex Padilla to call Trump a wannabe dictator. Emerging conflicts suggest deeper disputes over election administration ahead as the federal government and state election officials clash, with disabled and aging voters facing increased disenfranchisement. And I talked yesterday about Oregon's Secretary of State refusing to cooperate with the DOJ in handing over voter data. So let's see. There was a story I neglected. Oh, did I put it back here? Talking about elections and stuff like that. Where is this story? Damn it. I should have put this up here. Give me one sec here. Here we go. On a related note, Newsmax, speaking of voting machines, which Trump wants to outlaw, Newsmax will pay $67 million to settle Dominion defamation lawsuit. So this is directly related. Trump keeps claiming that these voting machines are prone to error and or tamper. And Newsmax, along with, if you'll recall, Fox News, I think the total between the two is like $900 million in defamation. And by the way, all the major democracies in the world use, except India and maybe one other, they use voting machines and mail-in ballots.
Newsmax will pay $67 million to settle Dominion defamation lawsuit. This article is by Katie Robertson and read by an automated voice. The right-wing cable channel Newsmax has agreed to pay $67 million to settle a libel lawsuit that Dominion Voting Systems had brought against the channel for falsely claiming that the voting machine company had rigged votes in the 2020 U.S. presidential election. The settlement, which the companies completed on August 15th, was disclosed in an SEC filing by Newsmax. It noted that Newsmax would make the payments in 3 installments by January 15, 2027. A Dominion spokeswoman confirmed the deal in a statement, saying, quote, "We are pleased to have settled this matter." Newsmax did not offer an apology, saying in a statement on Monday that it stood by its coverage as, quote, "fair, balanced, and conducted within professional standards of journalism." A Newsmax spokesman said the settlement did not require the company to make an apology or a retraction. In 2021, Dominion sued Newsmax for $1.6 billion, accusing the cable channel of knowingly broadcasting conspiracy theories that falsely implicated the company in election fraud and vote rigging. Dominion accused Newsmax of making the baseless claims in 18 statements on television, as well as in a social media post. The statements included false claims that Dominion's software had manipulated vote counts, that Dominion had ties to a Venezuelan company, and that Dominion paid kickbacks to certain government officials. In April, Judge Eric M. Davis of the Delaware Superior Court ruled that Dominion had presented clear and convincing evidence that the statements from Newsmax were false and defamatory, allowing the case to proceed to a trial. The trial, where a jury would decide whether Newsmax had broadcast the claims despite knowing they were false, and the extent of damages to Dominion, had been set for earlier this year, but was postponed. Nearly 5 years after the 2020 election, a wave of litigation over the broadcasting of false claims is nearing a conclusion. In April 2023, Fox News agreed to pay Dominion $787.5 million to resolve a separate defamation lawsuit over the network's extensive promotion of conspiracy theories that falsely linked Dominion to interference in the 2020 election. Newsmax settled a similar case brought by another voting technology company, Smartmatic, in September for $40 million. Some cases are still underway. Fox News faces a $2.7 billion lawsuit from Smartmatic, which is set to proceed to trial in a Manhattan state court unless the parties reach a settlement. Fox has said it is willing to defend itself at trial, and it has criticized Smartmatic's damages claims as, quote, intended to chill First Amendment freedoms.
Well, the First Amendment freedom they're trying to chill is akin to yelling fire in a movie theater. You can't be causing harm with your speech. So if it chills that kind of First Amendment right, so be it. Just an idea if people hadn't read Donald Trump's Truth Social thing. Um, Highlighted in yellow is the most concerning part, where he goes, remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the President of the United States, tells them. That is patently false. States take the lead. The federal government takes the back seat in voting. That is the Constitution, sir. And I honestly, I can't imagine that as long as he's been president, he hasn't read the Constitution. I don't know whether he makes these like egregiously wrong statements just because he thinks MAGA doesn't know the Constitution, or whether he actually believes. But this is basically the narrative. They're trying to shape a unitary executive narrative where the president and the executive branch are first among equals in um, in the federal government. Basically, the other two branches, they're three co-equal branches, but the executive branch through the president is first among equals, and that is not the way the Constitution is written. Presidential powers are described in Article 2, not Article 1, for a reason. So I don't think this executive order is going to fly. We'll shift gears again. DOJ to begin sharing Epstein files with Congress on Friday, House member says.
You're listening to DOJ to begin sharing Epstein files with Congress on Friday, House member says. A news story written by Jeremy Roebuck and read by an AI-generated voice. The Justice Department has agreed to share with Congress documents from its investigation of sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, a key House committee chairman said Monday, announcing a possible breakthrough on an issue that has roiled Republican politics for weeks. Representative James Comer, Republican Kentucky, chairman of the House Oversight Committee, said department officials told him they will begin handing over the Epstein files starting Friday in compliance with a subpoena the committee issued this month. The subpoena had set a deadline of Tuesday for the department to produce the records. But Comer acknowledged in a statement that it would take time to produce all the records and ensure the identification of victims and any child sexual abuse material are redacted. I appreciate the Trump administration's commitment to transparency and efforts to provide the American people with information about this matter, he said. A Justice Department spokesperson declined to comment Monday when asked to confirm the timeline Comer laid out. It was not clear what or how many documents officials intended to produce, or whether they would be shared with Congress under conditions that would allow for their public release. The release of any records from the Epstein files would mark a significant breakthrough following weeks of turmoil among Republicans sparked by the Justice Department's abrupt conclusion in July that no further disclosures of Epstein material would be appropriate or warranted. Since then, President Donald Trump, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Republicans in Congress have struggled to respond to backlash from their base, which has speculated for years that others in Epstein's circle of rich and powerful friends may have played some role in his crimes. Epstein and his associate Ghislaine Maxwell were charged with sex trafficking and other crimes in 2019 and 2020, respectively. Maxwell was convicted in 2021 and is serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison in Texas. Epstein was found dead in his jail cell in 2019 while awaiting trial. His death was ruled a suicide. Democrats on a key oversight subcommittee, attempting to exploit GOP divisions over the Epstein matter, forced a vote to subpoena the Justice Department last month for its files, leaving Comer no choice but to issue that request. Along with the demand for the documents, the subcommittee also sought testimony from 10 high-profile figures who had either investigated or been associated with Epstein. That list included Bill and Hillary Clinton, as well as a slew of former attorneys general under Democratic and Republican administrations. The first of those depositions took place Monday, as former Attorney General William P. Barr sat for a closed-door interview with committee staff members. Barr oversaw the Justice Department when federal grand juries in New York indicted Epstein in 2019 and Maxwell in 2020. He was also Attorney General at the time of Epstein's death. Comer, speaking to reporters on his way into that deposition, said Justice Department officials had been working with his committee in good faith to comply with the subpoena for Epstein records. You can imagine how many documents there are, Comer said. I think we'll receive the documents very soon. They're compiling everything together, and everything's coming along. He emerged hours later during a break in the questioning of Barr and said that the former Attorney General was answering every question and had been very transparent. Comer added that Barr testified that he did not know anything about an Epstein client list, and that as Attorney General he had never seen any evidence that would implicate Trump in any of Epstein's crimes. At various points, both Trump and Bill Clinton were known to associate with Epstein. Comer said Monday that Barr told committee staff that if there had been anything pertaining to President Trump with respect to the Epstein list, that he felt like the Biden administration would have probably leaked it out. Barr did not respond to reporters' questions as he arrived for his committee interview Monday, and departed afterward without comment. Mariana Alfaro and Perry Stein contributed to this report.
Yeah, I saw a couple clips of of town hall meetings that Republican House members did, and they were very volatile. Here's an example.
Files. Let's be very clear. At the next pro forma session of the Congress, you'll find my name as a sponsor on a resolution from the House Rules Committee to release the Epstein files to protect the victims and not re-victimize them again. I support Jamie Comer, who is the House's Oversight Committee Chairman, subpoenaing Ms. Maxwell later this month to come testify in Washington. I am for the release of those records.
Gretchen, it's the way he said it at the end. I am for the right period after every single word. He wants to be heard loud and clear here. And getting the question the way he got it at this town hall. How serious of an issue is this for Republicans right now who are back in their districts facing voter questions?
It's a huge issue. And a poll just came out today that only 13% of those polled actually think the government is doing a good job in not covering up something here. 67% are upset with the way it's happening, including 60% of those are Republicans. 56% of MAGA is upset with that. And only 1 in 5 are not paying attention to this story, which means that 80% of the American public right now wants more answers. So this is a huge story, not just for Republicans, but of course, you've just heard from a Democrat earlier in the show here. They're pushing for this as well. And the person who keeps perpetuating the idea that this story is going to not go anywhere is the president himself. And he keeps perpetuating the actual story to have life with it because he keeps not being definitive on what he's going to do with Ghislaine Maxwell, for one, and whether or not he's going to release any of this information. Keep in mind, forget the grand jury. He could release all of the other information, the millions of documents tomorrow if he wanted to.
Yeah, I'll just leave it there, but this is not going away. And I would think of all the things that Donald Trump has either prevaricated or outright lied on. This is the one that is coming back to bite him. And I think the main reason for that is QAnon is like involved or very interested. And the other thing is, just overnight, I listened to a show called Political Punk. And this is this Epstein stuff is rich fodder for conspiracy theories. So this is going to be the one issue that is going to survive, news cycles. So let us go ahead, switch gears. This is interesting. Trump administration discusses taking a 10% stake in Intel. So I have very mixed feelings about the government, taking stakes in these corporations. I don't know. I can't figure out whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, but even I, as a non-conservative, kind of get concerned when the government is mixing with business like this.
Trump administration discusses taking 10% stake in Intel. This article is by Lauren Hirsch and Trip Mickle and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration has discussed taking a 10% stake in Intel as part of a government-backed effort to revive the troubled U.S. chip maker and bolster domestic semiconductor manufacturing, said three people familiar with the talks who spoke on the condition of anonymity. The discussion has included converting $10.86 billion in recent federal grants into equity in Intel, which is worth about $100 billion, two of those people said. The proposal would be among the largest government interventions in a U.S. company since the rescue of the auto industry after the 2008 financial crisis. To prevent the collapse of Chrysler and General Motors, the government poured tens of billions of dollars into the companies and helped them reorganize. The maneuver is believed to have saved more than 1 million auto industry jobs. While the United States is not facing a similar economic threat today, the Trump administration has been unusually aggressive in taking stakes in businesses. The federal government took a golden share in U.S. Steel this year as part of a deal to approve its sale to Japan's Nippon Steel. The Biden administration awarded the Intel grants under the 2022 CHIPS and Science Act, a bipartisan law that provided $39 billion to subsidize chip-making facilities and reduce U.S. reliance on foreign production of the tiny, critical electronics that power everything from iPhones to fighter jets. Intel's grants were earmarked for projects in Arizona, New Mexico, Ohio, and Oregon. As the nation's last leading-edge chipmaker, the company was also given a multi-billion-dollar contract to make semiconductors for the Defense Department. It is unclear how the U.S. government would convert a financial award into an equity stake, and whether the Trump administration would look for similar arrangements with other recipients of CHIPS Act money. It's also unclear how a government stake in Intel would solve the company's problems. Its manufacturing business has struggled to find customers. To make the investment work, the Trump administration would need to lean on companies like Apple, Nvidia, and Qualcomm, analysts and industry advisors said. If the discussions pan out, a deal is likely to need approval by Intel's board of directors. It could also face a challenge from shareholders or others in the industry concerned about its legality. Earlier this year, the administration discussed creating a consortium of investors that could include private equity firms and other tech companies to take control of Intel's manufacturing business. During those discussions, Intel's chairman, Frank Yeary, proposed transferring those operations to the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, or TSMC, the world's dominant chipmaker. But Mr. Trump is opposed to a foreign operator, a person close to the administration said. The deal discussions were previously reported by Bloomberg and The Wall Street Journal. Late Monday, Intel said it had received a $2 billion investment from SoftBank Group, the Japanese conglomerate. SoftBank said it would pay $23 per share for Intel common stock. Shares in Intel, which closed at $23.66 on Monday, rose 4% in after-hours trading. Two administrations in Washington have viewed Intel as critical to national security. Most leading-edge chip production is done by TSMC, and Taiwan could one day be under threat of a Chinese takeover. As tensions between the United States and China have risen over the past decade, the Trump and Biden administrations have tried different strategies to bring more chip manufacturing to the United States. The Biden administration pushed the CHIPS Act to provide subsidies for plants, while the Trump administration has threatened to place tariffs on chips made overseas. Since receiving its grants from the Biden administration last year, Intel has been under duress. The company fired its chief executive, Pat Gelsinger, in December as revenues declined while costs mounted. The company had missed the boom in artificial intelligence chips and was struggling to develop a new chip-making process. In March, the company hired Lip Bu Tan, a well-regarded semiconductor investor and manager, to fix the business. Mr. Tan outlined a plan to cut staff, develop a new AI strategy, and focus on finding customers for a future iteration of Intel's chip-making technology. But early this month, Mr. Tan came under fire from Mr. Trump because the executive had invested in Chinese semiconductor companies. In addition, Cadence Design Systems, which Mr. Tan led for 12 years, pleaded guilty recently to illegally selling its technology to a university with ties to the Chinese military. In a post on social media, Mr. Trump called Mr. Tan highly conflicted and urged him to resign. Last week, Mr. Tan met with Mr. Trump and cabinet officials at the White House. There, the administration broached the idea of the U.S. government's taking an equity stake in Intel, these people said. Mr. Trump called the meeting, quote, interesting, in a subsequent social media post, and said Mr. Tan would meet with cabinet officials for further discussions. The president also said the Intel chief's success and rise is an amazing story.
Yeah, like I said, I have mixed feelings about the government taking such an active, even a 10% stake. Now I realize all these chips are, kind of important to national security. But the problem is, the government having back doors into, these types of technology. In my opinion, there's some privacy issues, potential privacy issues that are involved, at least, with the technology stuff. So more shakeups at the Pentagon. The Air Force Chief of Staff has been terminated early. So I don't know. I guess Trump maybe learned something from the from Obama's term, where Stanley McChrystal was talking shit about the president, and he got back to Obama, and Obama fired him. I guess you want your generals to be loyal to you. They're tampering with a lot of guardrails here. So let's shift gears again. This happened, I guess it was Sunday night or something, over the weekend. Yeah, it was Sunday morning, overnight Saturday into Sunday morning. Two gunmen. There was a big shooting at some lounge, Taste of the City Lounge in Crown Heights, which I guess is in Brooklyn. Turns out two of the three people killed were actual gunmen. So I'll play this right quick. And it's supposedly gang related.
Two gunmen in attack at a Brooklyn bar were among those killed. This article is by Maria Kramer and read by an automated voice. Two of the four gunmen who opened fire at a Brooklyn bar early Sunday morning were killed during the shootout, which also killed another man and injured 14 others, Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch said on Monday. One of the gunmen, Marvin St. Louis, 19, fired at Jamel Childs, 35, after the two confronted each other at the Taste of City Lounge, Commissioner Tisch said. Mr. Childs shot back and two other men immediately began shooting, leading to terror and chaos in the Crown Heights bar, where patrons dived to the ground or ran for the exits to escape the gunfire. Both Mr. St. Louis and Mr. Childs were killed, as was Amadou Diallo, 27, of Manhattan, a patron who was caught in the crossfire and had nothing to do with the conflict, the police said. Commissioner Tisch, who on Sunday said the attack was gang-related, said detectives were still looking for the two other gunmen and were studying the 42 shell casings left inside and outside the bar for clues. The police said the shooters used 9mm and .45 caliber firearms. Mr. Childs was a member of a gang called Folk Nation, Commissioner Tisch said, adding that it, quote, terrorizes Brooklyn and is responsible for at least a half a dozen shootings so far this year, Commissioner Tisch said. 3 people who were injured in the shooting and survived are also associated with the gang, she said. The police said Mr. St. Louis was a member of a rival gang. 8 men and 3 women were taken to the hospital with gunshot wounds after the shooting, the police said, while 3 additional victims, all of them men, went to the hospital later on Sunday and on Monday for treatment. All 14 were expected to survive, the police said. The 71st precinct, which includes the block where the shooting occurred, saw 3 shootings between the start of the year and August 10th, compared with 8 during the same period last year. But neighbors said the bar was a magnet for trouble. In November, a 39-year-old man was charged with attempted murder in the shooting of a 28-year-old outside. The safety and well-being of our guests and community has always been our top priority, the restaurant said in a statement posted to social media Sunday.
Yeah, I tell you what, they better watch out. The traveling road show is on the way. As more National Guard units deploy to DC, I hear West Virginia is one of them. Basically, 3 red states. And I can't remember. I know one of them is West Virginia. I guess West Virginia, South Carolina, and Ohio. And then it sounds like Mississippi's wanting to. It sounds like Mississippi and Louisiana want to get in on the fun. So I think I don't know why more than the DC National Guard is needed. But it could indicate that, these people are going to be going places like New York City. So this is Muriel Bowser, I guess. This is from the Washington Examiner. They've got her on video. Let's see. I'm assuming. Well, let's see what this video is all about.
The numbers on the ground in the district don't support 1,000 people from other states coming to Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser voiced strong opposition to the deployment of National Guard troops from Republican-led states to the capital. Troops from Mississippi, Ohio, South Carolina, and West Virginia have joined 800 local Guard members, bringing the total to 1,700 personnel on duty. This follows President Trump's decision to federalize DC's police and send in hundreds of federal agents. Bowser emphasized she has no authority over the DC or out-of-state Guard units and questioned why military forces are being used to police Americans. While Bowser acknowledged she must comply with the president under the Home Rule Act, she insisted this is not a takeover, but rather a surge in law enforcement. Federal officials say nearly 400 arrests have been made, about half involving undocumented immigrants. On immigration, Bowser urged a focus on violent crime and called for comprehensive reform.
There needs to be a pathway to citizenship for hardworking people who have made this country their home. And we need to separate the discussion of enforcement against violent offenders and everyday hardworking people who have made this country their home.
Sorry about that. So half the arrests. Oh boy. I don't know what to say about this, but talk about overkill. I'm only guessing that, I'm thinking that 1,000 people at some point they're going to break off some of these people and send them to Baltimore or somewhere like that, big city that's nearby. But we'll see. So Democrats in Texas are back. Texas Democrats end walkout, allowing redrawn map to pass. So it passed after all.
Texas Democrats end walkout, allowing redrawn map to pass. This article is by J. David Goodman and read by an automated voice. Democrats in the Texas state legislature, who had left the state to halt an aggressive redistricting, returned to Texas and ended their 2-week walkout on Monday, opening the way for Republicans to pass a redrawn congressional map called for by President Trump. For the past 2 weeks, Republican leaders in Texas bristled at the Democrats' flight and took extraordinary steps to pressure them to return. Governor Greg Abbott and the state attorney general Ken Paxton sued to try to remove the absent Democrats from office. Senator John Cornyn got the FBI involved in locating them. The Speaker of the State House, Dustin Burrows, issued civil arrest warrants and threatened to impose $500 a day fines under House rules. But in the end, Democrats said they decided to return after their walkout succeeded in preventing a vote on the map in the first special legislative session, a move that drew national attention to Mr. Trump's push for a rare mid-decade redistricting and helped propel Democratic-run states to begin their own redistricting efforts. California state lawmakers introduced legislation on Monday to redraw that state's congressional map to be more favorable to Democrats as a counter to the changes in Texas, a move championed by California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom. They are expected to vote Thursday on the proposal. The standoff among Texas lawmakers began on August 3rd, when dozens of Democratic state representatives boarded a charter plane to Chicago, and it ended in much the same way, with a large group of Democrats flying together back to Austin. But in an unexpected coda Monday afternoon, one Democrat refused to leave the State House floor in protest over a Republican requirement that all returning Democrats have state police officers with them to make sure they did not flee again. The Democrats' charter jet landed on Monday just over an hour before the Texas House was set to convene at noon local time, and about 24 representatives went directly to the Capitol from the airport. They were cheered by a crowd of supporters, some waving signs reading, "Thank you, Dems," and others wearing Union shirts, who lined the steps near the State House chamber. "We have woken the nation up," said State Representative Mihaela Pleza, a Dallas area Democrat, after returning from Chicago. The walkout did not change the raw political dynamics in Republican-dominated Texas, where the State House of Representatives is made up of 62 Democrats and 88 Republicans. Democrats remained powerless to permanently stop the chamber from adopting a new congressional district map. But when that happens, as is expected, the Democrats say they will sue to challenge its legality. "Our return allows us to build the legal record necessary to defeat this racist map in court," said State Representative Jean Wu, a Houston Democrat who led the walkout. "At least 100 members of the Texas House must be present to have a quorum and conduct business. Recently, there had been around 96 members on hand. With the Democrats' return on Monday, 120 total members were marked present. We are done waiting, we have a quorum," said Mr. Burrows, a Republican from Lubbock. Now is the time for action. Soon after, the process for passing the congressional map began again. Republican lawmakers introduced a new version of the map, which still flipped 5 U.S. House seats held by Democrats, but also tried to make existing Republican-held districts stronger. The map passed out of committee on a party line vote, 12-8. A final vote could come later this week. President Trump on Monday urged Republicans to move fast. "Please pass this map, ASAP," he said on social media. Many other Democratic lawmakers did not immediately return to the floor on Monday. 29 members were recorded as absent, and some remained out of state. "I'm not coming back," said Representative Yolanda Jones, a Democrat from Houston. "The only power we have is the power to deny them a quorum," she added. "Who goes to a fight where you've already lost?" Mr. Burrows said that civil arrest warrants would remain in effect for the members who were still absent. Each Democrat who showed up, Mr. Burrows said, would be assigned a state police officer who will ensure your return to the Capitol. Democratic members were able to leave the chamber on Monday only after signing permission slips, promising to return for the next meeting on Wednesday and agreeing to be paired with police officers. Several representatives objected to the treatment, and one, Nicole Collier, a Fort Worth Democrat, refused to sign. Hours after the House had adjourned for the day, she remained on the floor. "In my heart right now, I'm not feeling it, considering that we're about to lose 2 black seats," Ms. Collier said, referring to the redrawing of urban districts under the Republican plan. "I guess I'll wait until Wednesday," she said. "The good thing is, I've been gone for 2 weeks, so I have luggage." She was joined for a time by another Democratic representative, Ann Johnson, a former Houston prosecutor who signed the slip but objected to being followed home by an officer. I have more supervision on me as a political opposition than a felon on probation, Ms. Johnson said, referring to the plainclothes officer following her. This is not normal politics. As more onlookers began watching, the House Sergeant-at-Arms closed the gallery to the public and the news media. Ms. Johnson left, but Ms. Collier remained inside. She has not signed the slip, and so she cannot leave the Capitol, said Representative Charlie Guerin, a Fort Worth Republican who oversees state house administration. I closed the gallery because she's entitled to some amount of privacy. The newly proposed map, which could be passed quickly this week, is meant to help Republicans keep control of the U.S. House after the 2026 midterms by redrawing 5 districts now represented by Democrats, so they will be likely to elect Republican candidates. Currently, Texas has 25 seats in the U.S. House, held by Republicans out of 38 total. The intent of the changes was to increase Republican political performance in existing Republican districts, said State Representative Todd Hunter, a Republican from Corpus Christi, during a hearing Monday evening. Republicans said in public hearings that their goals were strictly partisan. Democrats argued that the new map would illegally disempower Black and Hispanic voters in violation of the Voting Rights Act. After the Democratic walkout began, the fight over Texas, redistricting expanded into a bare-knuckled national political brawl between red and blue states. While California moves forward with its attempt to counteract the effect of the Texas map, several Republican states, including Florida, Indiana, Missouri, and Ohio, have been weighing redistrictings of their own. The extraordinary interstate fight over drawing congressional lines, a process that usually occurs only once a decade after the U.S. Census, erupted suddenly in the spring at the behest of Mr. Trump and his political aides. Concerned about losing control of the U.S. House after the 2026 midterms, they began lobbying Texas and other Republican states to remake districts to their advantage. Texas was the first to act. Mr. Abbott put redistricting on the agenda for a special session of the legislature that he had called, which was also intended to address measures in response to last month's devastating Hill Country floods. Lacking the votes to stop the Republican map, dozens of Democratic representatives left the state, with most landing outside Chicago, where Gov. J.B. Pritzker of Illinois offered them refuge from Texas officials seeking to compel their return. There were fissures among the Democratic lawmakers, with some arguing for a much longer walkout and others countering that they could not stay away forever. After the first special session expired on Friday, Mr. Abbott immediately called another one. Ms. Jones said she had been prepared to stay away for weeks or even months to prevent the redistricting, which would affect her district in Houston in 2026. She is a candidate in a special election in the 18th Congressional District in November. Even if California and New York redistrict and successfully get rid of Republicans, that doesn't help my district, Ms. Jones said. We will lose 1 Black seat in Houston and 1 Black seat in Dallas. That's unacceptable. David Montgomery contributed reporting from a private airline terminal in Austin.
Yeah, Portia explained to me why, these Texas Democrats actually had to come back. They only make they're not like U.S. House of Representatives people making 6 figures. Most of them actually have like day jobs or businesses or what have you. So they, if you're not independently wealthy, you pretty much have to come back, because you can't afford to miss that much work. They only make what'd she say, like $600 per session, or it's really not a lot, not enough to live on, let alone live in Chicago. So they pretty much had no choice. At least most of them didn't. So let's see, where do we go next? Speaking of California, this was interesting. This is from whitehouse.gov. It says California's sanctuary policies gave way to Florida tragedy. And I haven't read the article. I'm kind of curious to know what California did to Florida. Says 3 innocent Americans are dead after an illegal alien semi-truck driver attempted an illegal U-turn on the Florida Turnpike and caused a minivan to violently crash into the truck's trailer. Okay. So the illegal alien is an Indian national who was granted a commercial driver's license by the so-called sanctuary state of Florida, whose reckless policies put the lives of American citizens at risk every single day. But instead of acknowledging the tragedy, criminal illegal alien sympathizer, oh wow, Gavin Newsom, callously doubled down, claiming that giving driver's licenses to illegals improves public safety. I could believe that. While Democrats put criminal illegal aliens over the Americans they claim to represent, the Trump administration provides no such safe harbor and is seeking to place the individual into removal proceedings. Wait, hold it. He's not going to stand trial? Wow. That's not a good deal. I bet the families of the victims would like justice to be done. I don't know that maybe what they mean is they'll strike a deal with India to put him in jail or something. I don't understand why deporting him is the right thing to do without, deport him after he does his jail. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is interesting. You'll remember, I guess it was last summer or maybe even last spring, not spring of 2024. That whole thing with Springfield, Ohio, and Haitians supposedly, killing the geese in parks and eating cats and stuff like that. That same Ohio city, Springfield, is kind of missing these Haitians apparently now that they're going home.
And Ohio City faces a future without Haitian workers. It's not going to be good. This article is by Miriam Jordan and read by an automated voice. The aroma of Haitian feast, pork griot, Joan rice, fried plantains, drifted through the break room of a metal shop in Springfield, Ohio. It was Wilford Rinville's goodbye gift to his coworkers. For 4 years, Mr. Rinville, a Haitian immigrant, had pressed steel into car parts at McGregor Metal. While the work was grueling, it offered a stable income, health insurance, a 401k, and Mr. Rinville, who turns 46 this week, thrived there, relieved to be away from his home country, which had descended into lawlessness and gang violence. "He would do anything in the world for you," said Lance Beal, the production supervisor. But Mr. Rinville's sense of security began to unravel after President Trump took office and moved to dismantle protections for Haitian immigrants. He expected the administration to revoke his work permit. And with deportation a real possibility, Mr. Rinville packed up his hard-won life and moved this month to Canada. "You leave your home to survive, you do everything right," he said in an interview 4 days before his departure. "But they don't like you, they don't want you." Mr. Rinville was among more than 10,000 Haitians who in recent years settled in this working-class city of 60,000. They were welcomed by a Republican governor and business leaders who needed workers to power companies that had been enticed to invest millions here. Over the last 4 years, Springfield had rebounded, thanks in large part to the arrival of Haitian immigrants. The newcomers staffed auto plants, packed ready-to-eat salads at Dole, and sorted packages at Amazon. They filled church pews, enrolled their children in schools, and began to buy homes. But as the political winds shifted, so did their prospects. And, perhaps, Springfield's as well. The city became a flashpoint in the national immigration debate last year when Mr. Trump, from the debate stage, amplified a baseless claim by his running mate, J.D. Vance, that Haitians there were stealing and eating pets. The accusation inflamed growing tensions over rising rents and schools supporting students learning English. At city commission meetings, some residents used racist language to describe the newcomers, accusing them of ruining the city and draining resources. After the election, the Trump administration terminated some humanitarian programs that had allowed Haitians and other immigrants to live and work legally in the United States. Employers in the Springfield area have had to let go of hundreds. In February 2026, thousands more are expected to lose their jobs when the administration ends temporary protected status, a separate program that shields people from deportation to countries in crisis. Many Haitian families in Springfield face two bleak options: leave the United States entirely or remain without lawful status, dependent on underground work and vulnerable to arrest and deportation. There is no official tally of how many Haitians have already left, but pastors, employers, and others say dozens of Haitians have already left. Some, like Mr. Rinville, are heading to Canada. Others are planning to return to South America, where they had previously found refuge. Cratchit Aimé, 43, and his family put down roots in Springfield 4 years ago, after leaving Brazil and its economic downturn. Mr. Aimé, who works the overnight shift at a lighting factory, plays guitar in a church band. His 9-year-old son is thriving in elementary school. Last year, his wife gave birth to their first child born in the United States. Despite the hostility from Mr. Trump last year, they had decided to stay. But with the clock running out on his legal status, Mr. Aimé intends to redirect his savings, originally meant for a down payment on a home, to pay for their return to Brazil. Without legal status, you lose your freedom and you can't have happiness, he said, speaking in Portuguese. Even now, he limits his outings to work, church, and errands. Government Mike DeWine, a Republican, offered his own sobering assessment last month. The one word I would use to describe Springfield today is stable, he said after meeting representatives from local businesses, medical centers, and religious organizations. But suddenly losing a large number of workers, he noted, would have a significant impact on Springfield and the region as businesses struggle to keep operating. And immigrant families who were once self-sufficient would require support. His conclusion was blunt: it's not going to be good. A life uprooted. In Haiti, Mr. Rinville, his wife Darlene, and their daughter, Richelle, enjoyed a middle-class life. He managed accounts at a cell phone company. She worked as a nurse. They owned a house and a car. We had everything, Mr. Rinville recalled. In 2017, after a traumatic event they declined to discuss, Mrs. Rinville flew to the United States on a tourist visa intending to seek asylum, while he stayed behind to care for their daughter, then 8. But Mrs. Rinville was alarmed by Mr. Trump's inflammatory rhetoric about Haitians. They all have AIDS, he said at the time, and moved to Canada. 3 years later, as political unrest and violence spiraled in Haiti, Mr. Rinville decided he, too, had to leave. He arrived in the United States on a tourist visa in August 2020 and headed to Springfield, drawn by its abundant job opportunities and affordable living. His daughter stayed with her maternal grandmother. In 2021, the Biden administration extended temporary protected status to Haitians in the United States, allowing Mr. Rinville to stay and work legally. The work at McGregor Metal was a stark contrast to Mr. Rinville's white-collar job in Haiti, but he embraced it. He started his shift at 5 a.m., worked until 3:30 p.m., and then delivered food for DoorDash and Uber Eats. He slept 3 or 4 hours and then did it again, always with a smile, said Kara Williams, McGregor's human resources director. We list perfect attendance every month, and he was on it every month, she said. Another thing he did every month, sent $750 to his daughter, and every day he spoke with his wife in Montreal, where she worked as a caregiver. Mr. Rinville worried about safety in Haiti. Gangs, he said, took over his parents' home and businesses outside Port-au-Prince. He monitored his daughter's commute to school. Children had been kidnapped. The family longed to be reunited. His wife applied for asylum in Canada, and he did the same in the United States. During the 2024 presidential campaign, Mr. Rinville did not seem rattled by the unfounded assertions that Haitians were eating cats and dogs, or that white supremacists had marched through town. It's unfortunate that Trump is stigmatizing Haitians, he said in an interview last September. Thankfully, there are people who see us differently. A big what if. Once in office, Mr. Trump vowed to deliver on his promise of mass deportations. But in Springfield, tensions seem to have finally eased. At a recent city commission meeting, more people spoke in support of immigrants than against them, and organized help was growing. Carl Ruby, a pastor, said that 20 churches were arranging to stand with our Haitian neighbors in anticipation of immigration enforcement in the city. There have been no raids yet, but with hundreds of Haitians losing their jobs, the hardships are evident. On a recent Tuesday, the food pantry at St. Vincent de Paul received nearly twice as many Haitian families as usual. These are immigrant families who never needed help before, said Casey Rollins, the charity's executive director. Rosa Amata, a mother of 3 who declined to give her last name, said that her husband had lost his humanitarian protection and his job a few weeks earlier. The family had enough savings to pay rent for 1 more month, she said, while loading frozen chicken, bread, and cereal into her cart. In a room nearby, staff members helped parents apply for passports for their children with citizenship, which could make it easier for them to follow their parents if they are deported, Ms. Rollins said. Across Springfield, there are disquieting signals that there are not enough workers to fuel economic growth. Home sales have stalled. Rentals are no longer in demand. Amazon, after being forced to dismiss hundreds of Haitians at its warehouse outside Springfield, has in recent weeks sent text messages to former employees who are eligible to work. One said, "Miss us? We've got tons of roles with great pay and no interview." Jamie McGregor, chief executive of McGregor Metal, said that employers were bracing for further losses that will have a profoundly negative effect on our ability to function. His company employs 30 Haitians, and those who lose their work permits will have to be terminated. And then there's a big what if. Will Springfield plunge again into ugly divisiveness if residents begin seeing Haitians lining up at food banks, living in cramped housing, and filling up emergency rooms because they have lost their health insurance? A quiet exit. Mr. Rinville said that the Trump administration's policies and statements left him feeling anguished and helpless. "When a problem comes before me, I try to solve it," he said, "but the situation for immigrants I can't do anything about." He has been diagnosed with diabetes and high blood pressure, conditions he partly attributed to stress and anxiety. There was a ray of hope. His wife had won asylum in Canada, paving the way for him and their daughter to join her. Mr. Rinville gave notice and on July 11th bid farewell with his Haitian feast. He and Mr. McGregor posed for a picture, the boss with one of the company's first Haitian workers, a memento of a different time. Mr. Rinville sold his car and his TV and sent $50,000 in savings to his wife. On the morning of August 2nd,
Holy
a
shit.
friend drove Mr. Rinville to the Columbus airport. After delays and layovers, he landed in Toronto some 12 hours later. An immigration officer asked him a few questions and then welcomed him to his new home. Within days, Mr. Rinville had a social insurance number, akin to a social security number, and was looking for work in Montreal.
Yeah, I think that Springfield will be the loser. Let's see here. This next story is kind of a follow-up to that story where the Newark mayor got arrested and then released. And forget her Representative McIver. Was it Naomi? I can't remember. Oh, LaMonica McIver. I guess this is kind of a follow-up. Apparently, the number 2 at the Justice Department wanted him arrested. I guess we'll just listen to the story and try and sort it out.
The federal officer who arrested the mayor of New Jersey's largest city outside an immigration detention center in May suggested that he was making the arrest at the direction of the Justice Department's number 2 official, Todd Blanche, according to law enforcement body camera footage described in a new court filing. The filing from Representative LaMonica McIver Democrat New Jersey, sheds new light on the chaotic scene on May 9th when Democratic lawmakers and Newark Mayor Ras Baraka, attempting to conduct an oversight visit, clashed with immigration agents. Baraka was arrested for trespassing, but that charge was dropped. McIver was later charged with assaulting federal agents. She is seeking to get the case dismissed. According to McIver's attorneys, a Department of Homeland Security special agent was on the phone as the events unfolded that day. Citing body cam footage they obtained in the case, the attorneys wrote that the special agent, after hanging up the call, turned to a group of fellow agents and announced, "We are arresting the mayor right now, per the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. Anyone that gets in our way, I need you guys to give me a perimeter so I can cuff him." Politico has not reviewed the body cam video. Although the footage was submitted as an exhibit in the case, it was not yet publicly available. A spokesperson for the Justice Department did not respond to requests for comment, and a response from the Department of Homeland Security did not address whether Blanche had ordered the agents to make the arrest. The special agent's apparent suggestion that he was acting at Blanche's direction is the latest sign that top Justice Department officials are harnessing the power of law enforcement against Democrats and other perceived enemies of President Donald Trump. Trump's DOJ has opened investigations into various figures Trump disdains, including Jack Smith, James Comey, former Homeland Security aides who criticized him, and many others. Federal law enforcement officials have also detained New York City Comptroller Brad Lander and handcuffed California Senator Alex Padilla. For months, Democrats have wondered if agents at the Newark Immigration Detention Center had been instructed by a superior to arrest Baraka. Witness accounts and other video footage taken that day showed the mayor had been allowed inside a gated area by a guard, stood there peacefully for the better part of an hour, and left the gated area when federal agents threatened him with arrest. That day, Representative Rob Menendez, Democrat New Jersey, told Politico that he'd witnessed an agent inside the gated area talking on the phone with someone who told the agent to arrest Baraka, who by the time of the call was outside the gate. McIver gave a similar account in a press conference at the time. The description of the body cam footage submitted in court last week by McIver's attorneys bolsters that account. Quoting from the footage, her attorneys wrote that the special agent on the phone said of Baraka during the call, "Even though he stepped out, I am going to put him in cuffs." Then the agent made the comment about arresting the mayor, per the Deputy Attorney General. Moments later, law enforcement officials came out of the gate and arrested Baraka, setting off a scrum involving the mayor and members of Congress. McIver is accused in a 3-count indictment of slamming the special agent with her forearm, forcibly grabbing him and using her forearms to strike another agent. She has pleaded not guilty. Less than 2 weeks later, federal prosecutors dropped a trespassing charge against Baraka. But a federal judge chided the effort to charge him in the first place. Magistrate Judge Andre M. Espinoza called it an embarrassing retraction that suggests a failure to adequately investigate, to carefully gather facts, and to thoughtfully consider the implications of your actions before wielding your immense power. Baraka is the progressive mayor of New Jersey's largest city, and at the time of his arrest was seeking the Democratic nomination for governor, an election he has since lost. Separately, he is suing the Trump administration for malicious prosecution in a lawsuit that names acting U.S. Attorney Alina Habba and Ricky Patel, a special agent in charge for Homeland Security Investigations' Newark Division. According to a comparison of court documents filed in the Baraka and McIver cases, Patel is the special agent overheard on the body cam footage, referring to the Deputy Attorney General. McIver tries to harness Trump immunity ruling. The new revelations about the episode came in legal briefs, asking to have McIver's own case thrown out. As part of that effort, McIver asked the judge overseeing the case, U.S. District Judge Jamal Semper, to rule that lawmakers have the same kind of immunity from prosecutions that the Supreme Court gave Trump. Her attorneys said McIver's visit to the detention facility, known as Delaney Hall, was a legislative act she cannot be prosecuted for.
I'll go ahead and stop it there. Man, I tell you what, the Trump administration is just fucking sloppy. Ugh. Trump has appointed a bunch of people who are just just dumb. So I'm going to follow up on that, on the 2 police officers in Utah who were killed. I can't find. They were supposed to do another press conference, but I can't find that one. But I've got a couple videos I'm going to show here. And once again, I want to emphasize that these are the types of 2 cops killed, domestic violence, stuff you won't see on the White Shade channel and the anti-black the anti-black news network, because only black people commit crime in the United States.
Yeah, Brian, we just saw the motorcade, the following vehicles leave this medical examiner's office in Taylorsville, following the 2 hearses as they bring the 2 officers who were killed in the line of duty just last night up north to Box Elder and Cache counties. Tonight, we know the names and we know the faces of the 2 officers who were shot to death last night. We want to show them to you now. Sergeant Lee Sorensen and Officer Eric Estrada. Sergeant Sorensen joined the Tremont and Garland Police Department 16 years ago. Officer Estrada just joined them earlier this year. We are thinking of their families, we're thinking of their loved ones, their colleagues, and their surrounding communities at this time tonight. We're bringing you team coverage covering this tragedy and all that's transpired since as we head into here, ABC4 News at 6 o'clock. We have our Mackenzie Diaz, who's telling us more about the 2 officers killed, speaking with loved ones, telling us a little bit about the people that they were. ABC4's Brian Wang, in the meantime, is suspected gunman and where he is now. But first, we want to check in with ABC4's Cade Garner, who's breaking down what happened Sunday night leading up to this and what's happened since. Cade, give us an update on what you know so far tonight.
Yes, sir. I've been in front of that house all day. I moved down the street just maybe 2 blocks because I wanted to show people in Tremont and here are preparing for the procession that you just saw leave. This is 300 East, again, about 2 blocks away from the home. Police say this happened around 9 o'clock yesterday. They were responding to what they're calling a domestic violence call. When they got there, 33-year-old Ryan Bate began shooting at them almost immediately, like you were saying, killing 2, injuring a 3rd who was a sheriff deputy as well as a canine officer. Now, while the investigation continues, the city's mayor is calling on all residents to honor the 2 fallen officers by lifting up the officers' families, to keep the families in their thoughts and prayers, and to keep law enforcement officers close to their hearts. Scouts were some of the very first people to heed that call, spending the afternoon lining the streets like 300 East with American flags as a way to welcome the officers home.
We're glad that there are people who are willing to step up, to walk into a dangerous situation in order to try and make life better for the rest of us. And their sacrifice will not be forgotten.
That's what they do. Selfless service.
Selfless service. That's the reason for blue ribbons on signs, for all of these people gathering here along the street. Now, all city offices were closed today at noon. Part of that was so that they could get ready for this procession. It was also so that people could mourn. Again, we're going to keep you updated with all the information as we gather it, both here on air and online at abc4.com. Live in Tremont and Cade Garner, back to you.
We will follow along on those updates closely. Cade, thank you very much. He mentioned the people in mourning, and we're seeing that not just in Tremont, but really across the state here in Taylorsville. As the procession was waiting to leave, we saw people gather, lining this driveway, waiting to show their support and their respect. And again, seeing that from people across Utah as they're showing up to help out. We want to touch on some of this, on what's going on in Tremont tonight. Our Brian Wang is there this evening, giving us an idea of how that community is doing and what you're seeing there, Brian. We know our hearts are with this community as they experience something very heavy heading into this week.
It's a very heavy undertaking that they are experiencing right now. It's impacting them
in many different ways. Some are praying, some are embracing each other, others are out here smiling, just trying to help so that the folks who are gathering on both sides of Main Street, waiting for that procession, are comfortable as they wait for that procession to make its way through here in Tremonton before heading up to Logan. And we're getting a deeper insight on what this community is going through. I'm going to go ahead and welcome Julie Barnes. You've been a resident here in Tremonton for more than 20 years. This is hitting really close to home for you because Officer Sorensen, one of the fallen officers, was your neighbor. How are you holding up?
Yeah, I mean, I think our whole neighborhood has been hit really hard. They've all come together, messages between each other. How do we help the family? Not only that, but just the community. The officers they're frequent into my shop here in town, that my high school employees are really struggling, that they've become their friends. So that was really hard as an employer to have high school kids reach out not knowing how to interact or what to do about this. So we're doing what we can by opening up the street for all the people here in town.
And Julie, I've been out here for a couple hours now. Most of the afternoon, I've seen you kind of hold a strong posture for all the customers that are coming in. You're giving them ice water. You're making sure they could use restrooms. How are you holding up, though? Just keeping a strong face like that for the community.
For me personally, it hit really close to home for my entire family's first responders, not here locally, but nationwide. My brother is a firefighter in Brigham City and had to go in to help cover so that the ones on shift had to come out and help Tremonton. So just it hit real close to home, and having community members that you become friends with at your business, next door neighbors to the people who were who this happened, where this incident happened, reaching out to them because I knew they lived over there. The community's small. Whether you're related to somebody or you're friends with somebody, they will be there for you.
Yeah.
That's one thing about Box Elder County. It's one thing I fell in love with, is the community and the love that you have for your neighbor here.
And that's been very apparent here. Thank you so much for joining me, Julie. As she mentioned,
So that's that video, and then there's another video showing a neighbor details final moments before the shooting that killed two. I'm going to play this, maybe not all of it.
Welcome back in. Today, we are following major breaking news out of Tremonton, where two police officers were killed in the line of duty. We've got Sheriff Park live at the scene of the shooting right now. Sheriff, can you tell us what's happening right there?
Yeah, well, there's still a lot of investigating going on here at the house. Obviously, the crime tape is up. We've got windows that are broken out at the house, but we've got the Box Elder deputy who is at the hospital, the one that was involved and injured and survived this, and the canine that was also injured at a vet. But let's go out to Brian Carlson right now, who has been here since early this morning to walk us through the details of this situation. Brian, really heartbreaking, sad situation to have two officers killed in the line of duty here.
You know, for these people here in Box Elder County, that's not something they have seen, I don't think, in their entire lifetime here in Box Elder County. And for us here at home, not only are we seeing the house here where these officers are gunned down, we're also seeing video that these neighbors took of the aftermath that occurred afterwards. And I spoke to that neighbor, at least one of them, who was the last person who may have talked to that first officer killed while he was alive.
This is how it looked last night, shortly after two Tremonton Garland officers lost their lives, reportedly at the hands of an armed gunman.
Upon arrival, they immediately began taking fire. They requested additional units and then stopped answering their radio.
Oh, I hear them smashing windows. A neighbor now sharing with KSL video he took of the roughly 50 officers who came to help them. It started just after 9 p.m. Police say the first officer had received several 911 hang-up calls traced to this Tremonton neighborhood next to North Park Elementary. Neighbor Tyson Taylor tells me that he spoke to that officer trying to find who needed help.
And he just said, "Are you pushing the button for distress on your phone?" I'm just like, "No, I'm not doing that." So I showed him my phone,
And then he just drove off around the block. He's like, I'm just trying to find this distress call. I hope it would be an easy night or whatever, just something like that.
Minutes later, Taylor says he heard gunshots and drove around the corner to find the officer still alive.
He was just on the corner, and I said, hey, I heard some fireworks, or it sounded like fireworks. He told me, no, your neighbor on the corner is shooting his guns, and it's an active shooter right now. He says you need to go home and get in your home.
Moments later, Taylor heard more gunshots and learned the officer and a second Tremont and Garland officer were both shot and killed right there at the scene, while a Box Elder County Sheriff's deputy arriving with his police dog were both shot and injured. Brigham City Police now revealing the officers and deputy were responding to a domestic disturbance.
They really are unknown. We don't know what we're walking into, and they are one of the most dangerous events we can be dispatched on.
So far, unclear why the alleged gunman who lives at the home reportedly opened fire on the officers, but police say it was bystanders who actually convinced the man to surrender to the dozens of officers from Logan to Ogden who arrived shortly after.
Those acquaintances and relationships probably played a key role into that.
And that's one of the most amazing aspects of this story is that those bystanders are able to convince the shooter to be able to surrender. Now, we know that that suspected shooter has been booked into the Box Elder County Jail on charges of aggravated murder. KSL is confident we know his identity, but we're waiting for police or the jail to confirm that it's him. Live here in Tremont and Cher, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Brian, so hard to hear all the description of what unfolded there. Well, let's keep our focus on these officers who were killed in the line of duty. You know, as the community wraps their arms around their families, around these police departments, Tremont and Garland Police Department. But you're hearing today reaction from the community and from agencies around the state, right, as they step in to support this agency. We're hearing from different cities, different police departments. I wanted to read some of these statements that we've seen come out today. Sandy City Mayor Monica Zoltansky issued a statement today. I will read this to you. The Sandy Police Department extends our deepest condolences to the families, friends, and colleagues of the two Tremont police officers who were tragically killed in the line of duty. We also send our prayers for healing to the Box Elder County Sheriff's deputy and his K-9 partner who were injured. The senseless act of violence is a heartbreaking reminder of the risk law enforcement officers face every day to protect their communities. We stand in solidarity with the Tremont and Garland Police Department, the Box Elder County Sheriff's Office, and the entire Tremont community as they grieve this devastating loss. May the sacrifices of these fallen officers never be forgotten. And the Santaquin Fire and EMS shared this statement. You'll remember it was Santaquin, they lost Sergeant Bill Hoosier May 5th of 2024. It's a really bad day when a post like this must be written. 2 officers were shot and killed last night, and 2 others, including a K-9 officer from nearby agencies, were wounded. The men and women of Santaquin Fire Department stand and mourn with our brothers and sisters in Tremont Fire and Police Departments. We know how you are feeling because we have stood in your shoes. This is so difficult in any department, but small departments, I'm sorry, it hits differently. We invite your thoughts, prayers, and support for the good people in these communities who have suffered such a devastating loss. I'm sorry, you know what, I won't apologize. I am not sorry because I am from Utah. And I feel for these communities and I feel for these departments. And I work with these police officers. I may not know these two, but I know the law enforcement community and I feel for them too. So my reaction is genuine for these officers and their families. And I'm thinking about them today. So this is a hard day for Utah. This is a hard day for our communities and it's a hard day for law enforcement. And I too feel for them. So Tamara, I'm gonna send it back to you and collect my thoughts for a moment here. Because it is hard. It's hard. We lost 2 people here in Utah, senseless, and I feel for their families.
Absolutely, Shara. No need to apologize. You're certainly tapping into a lot of emotions that we're all feeling, so we appreciate your feelings and thoughts on all of this.
Yeah, these are things, as I said, that you don't hear about, and quite frankly, I'm not really into, following crime or crime reporting, but I've actually been to the Salt Lake City area, and I have know people who live in these little communities. One kind of bumps up into the other, but these people actually do get along. So the police department, the Tremonton police department, I think has like 20 officers and 2 of them get killed. That's a big deal. So, crime happens out in the hinterlands too. And then everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, it's Stanley the Stanley Cross channel. The show is Stanley versus the world. If you're new, subscribe. If you and share it out. It's pretty much news, analysis, current events. It gets hot and heavy with the fuckery every mostly on weekends it seems. But kind of dry, kind of not scintillating necessarily, but I think necessary. And as far as dirty, I was in the Navy. Sometimes things like this happen, and I don't know what to say. It's not that hard to do what I do, and I think that well, it is what it is, and I have good friends like you, and plenty more online. So everything happens for a reason, and in the end, it all works out. And like I was saying yesterday, in a way, it's kind of reminded me that I need to do more than just kind of rest on laurels. Even a YouTube show as simple as this one is does take some care and feeding, and probably need to concentrate more on that sort of stuff anyway. And I talked to Portia over the weekend, and she and I are still close, so I'm not overly worried. We're dirty. You know what? I've known you longer than I've had this channel, so salute to you. And you are a mainstay. Kind of a cornerstone of what I do on the internet. So I thank you so much. And others, Deacon Dave, folks that are in here now, even a YN like Kelvin. Napstar, Abiola. Oh, hey, Dirty, I have to show you what was sent to me the very first email before I even came on the air. See what's up on the screen. Innate needed to stop by and remind me that I and my show suck, and that I am a dickhead. So I don't know whether he was kidding, because he is sometimes, sometimes he kids like that, but I have no clue. It is what it is. I didn't even take his wrench. So let's see. So make sure you hit the like button, make sure you subscribe, share it out, and please do support the show. Support the host is supporting the show, and there are ways to support the show. Hit the like button. Down in the crawl, there's the Cash App. I'm always open to show ideas. That's my email address for anything you all would like to see. And then I depend on one-liner type show titles that make me laugh. Like the name of this show is "Oh Shit, You're Live." That was something JQ said yesterday that I busted out laughing when I read it. So, all right, well, let us move on. Hamas. Supposedly, Hamas accepts new Gaza ceasefire proposal. I don't know that, from what I have been able to discern from what I've read, I don't think I don't think a ceasefire is in Netanyahu's plans.
Hamas accepts new Gaza ceasefire proposal, officials say. This article is by Adam Razgon, Isabel Kirshner, and Ronan Bergman, and read by an automated voice. Hamas has accepted a new ceasefire proposal for Gaza put forward by Qatar and Egypt that would see the release of Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners, two diplomats familiar with the negotiations, and an Egyptian official said on Monday. It was unclear whether Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel would accept the proposal, which came as Qatar and Egypt were intensifying their mediation efforts ahead of a possible Israeli ground invasion into Gaza City. The plan would also require Israel to redeploy its forces in Gaza, and it would allow enough humanitarian aid to enter the territory to meet the needs of Palestinians, two of the officials said. The latest terms are similar to those that Israel had previously accepted, and they include both a temporary ceasefire and a path to an agreement to end the war, according to the two diplomats and the Egyptian official. Israel has agreed in the past to the release of half of the hostages believed to be alive in Gaza in exchange for Palestinian prisoners as part of an initial ceasefire, and to the release of the remaining hostages as part of a comprehensive follow-up deal. In a statement, Hamas said that it and other Palestinian groups had agreed to a proposal presented by Egyptian and Qatari mediators on Sunday. The two diplomats and Egyptian officials spoke to the New York Times on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive diplomacy. During previous rounds of negotiations, hopes for a ceasefire had been raised only to be dashed days later. Both Israelis and Palestinians have expressed concern that the continuation of the war is endangering hostages held by militants in Gaza and Palestinian civilians caught in the crossfire. Up to 20 hostages are still believed to be living, according to the Israeli authorities. The bodies of 30 others, they say, are also being held in Gaza. More than 60,000 Palestinians have been killed since the Hamas-led October 7th attack on Israel that ignited the war in Gaza, according to the Gazan Health Ministry, which does not distinguish between combatants and civilians. Mr. Netanyahu's office said on Monday that the Prime Minister had spoken with Defense Minister Israel Katz and the Israeli military about our plans regarding Gaza City and the completion of our missions. The comments released by his office discussed neither Gaza City at length nor Israel's position on the diplomatic efforts to achieve a ceasefire. Still, Mr. Netanyahu said, I hear the reports in the media, and from them you can be impressed by one thing: Hamas is under immense pressure. Last week, Mr. Netanyahu suggested Israel was no longer interested in a deal that would involve the release of only some hostages. I think that is behind us, he told the Hebrew language channel of I-24 News. Steve Witkoff, the Trump administration's special envoy to the Middle East, told families of Israeli hostages this month at a meeting that President Trump now wanted to see all the living hostages released at once. No piecemeal deals, that doesn't work, Mr. Witkoff said, according to an audio recording of part of the meeting published by the Ynet Hebrew news site. Now we think that we have to shift this negotiation to all or nothing. Everybody comes home, he said. We have a plan around it, he added, without elaborating. A participant in the meeting confirmed that Mr. Witkoff made such remarks. Hamas has said it is willing to release all the hostages on condition that Israel ends the war. But Hamas officials have not publicly accepted Mr. Netanyahu's conditions for ending the war, including the group's disarmament. Still, Hamas appeared to be showing flexibility in agreeing to the latest proposal, according to two Israeli officials, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss private assessments. The group shifted its position on almost every issue that was in dispute during a push for a ceasefire in July, the officials said. Earlier on Monday, Mr. Trump appeared to offer his support for Israel's expanding of the war in Gaza. We will only see the return of the remaining hostages when Hamas is confronted and destroyed, he wrote on Truth Social. The sooner this takes place, the better the chances of success will be. Abu Bakr Bashir, Vivian Yi, Fatima Abdul Karim, and Jonathan Rice contributed reporting to this article.
This article didn't mention that Benjamin Netanyahu is apparently, or his government, is in talks with South Sudan to send Gazans specifically, and I guess Palestinians in general, to South Sudan. Uh, South Sudan is pretty unstable. I can only imagine, sending a bunch of people that, don't belong there would only further destabilize. So, but let's move on. Air Canada, I talked about yesterday, their flight attendants did a walkout and defied a back to work order. Looks like Air Canada and their flight attendants union reach a tentative deal. So let's hear about that.
Air Canada and striking flight attendants union reach tentative deal. This article is by Ian Austin and read by an automated voice. The union that represents about 10,000 striking Air Canada flight attendants said in a message to its members early Tuesday morning that it had reached a tentative contract deal with the airline, raising hopes for a swift end to the walkout that has disrupted air travel across Canada and stranded thousands of travelers. The agreement, while a significant step, must still be approved by the flight attendants, who overwhelmingly supported the strike that began on Saturday and defied a back-to-work order from the government, risking fines and even jail time. Air Canada, the nation's biggest carrier, said the walkout had upended about 500,000 travelers' plans, leaving some marooned overseas or in remote parts of Canada. In its note, the Canadian Union of Public Employees said that the deal was reached at 4:23 a.m. Eastern Time after about 9 hours of talks and the assistance of a mediator. We must fully cooperate with the resumption of operations, the message said. Talks between the sides had resumed on Monday evening. No details of the deal were immediately available, but the union had two major objectives that had caused the collapse of negotiations before the walkout. The union had demanded that Air Canada follow the lead of some U.S. airlines by paying attendants for work that they do before takeoff and after landing, like boarding passengers and carrying out safety checks. Currently, like many airlines, Air Canada pays flight attendants only for work done while the plane's doors are closed. Before the strike began, the union had said that Air Canada had accepted the principle of paying for work done on the ground, but was offering only half pay for it. The airline had confirmed that it was willing to pay attendants for ground time, but it did not indicate a rate. The union also wanted broader wage increases. It said Air Canada was offering to boost wages by 17.2% over 4 years, an amount that the union said would not make up for losses from inflation. Air Canada did not disclose how much it had offered to raise flight attendants' hourly pay over the life of any new contract, but it said wages would rise by 8% in the first year. Under its offer, the airline said, about 20% of flight attendants would make more than 90,000 Canadian dollars, about $65,000 a year. That figure was to include some form of pay for work done on the ground. On Saturday, less than 12 hours after the strike began, the Canadian government directed the Canada Industrial Relations Board to impose a contract through binding arbitration. Air Canada had sought arbitration twice before the strike began. The union resisted, noting that such settlements rarely address fundamental issues like whether flight attendants should be paid for on-the-ground work. The union rejected a back-to-work order from the Labor Board on Sunday, and it remained defiant on Monday after the board ruled the strike illegal, raising the possibility of fines or jail time for the union's members and leadership. The union argued that forced arbitration violated its members' constitutional right to strike, asking the Federal Court of Canada to issue an injunction against the orders while the union challenged them. The reason Air Canada restarted talks with the union was not immediately clear. But on Monday, Patty Hajdu, the Labour Minister, said that she had started an investigation into the issue of unpaid work by flight attendants while the plane was on the ground. In an interview with CBC News, she called the issue deeply disturbing.
All right. Well, that's that. This is a story that I gave Kelvin, who said he was playing video games and listening to the show, and I asked him if he was playing Roblox. So this is kind of important. I remember my son used to play it years ago now. I don't know what he plays these days, but apparently the Louisiana Attorney General sues Roblox, calling it the perfect place for pedophiles. So I don't know what's up with that, but let's listen to it.
You're listening to Louisiana AG sues Roblox, calling it the perfect place for pedophiles, a news story written by Vivian Ho and read by an AI-generated voice. The Attorney General of Louisiana has filed a lawsuit against the popular gaming platform Roblox, accusing the site of enabling the exploitation of children and providing the perfect place for pedophiles due to a lack of safety protocols. The lawsuit, filed Thursday by Attorney General Liz Murrill, Republican, alleges that by not implementing basic safety controls such as age verification or confirmation of parental permission, Roblox has, for years, knowingly enabled and facilitated the systemic sexual exploitation and abuse of children across the United States, including Louisiana. Roblox is overrun with harmful content and child predators because it prioritizes user growth, revenue, and profits over child safety, Murrill said in a statement. Every parent should be aware of the clear and present danger posed to their children by Roblox so they can prevent the unthinkable from ever happening in their own home. The assertion that Roblox would intentionally put our users at risk of exploitation is categorically untrue, a spokesperson said in a company statement Friday. While no system is perfect, Roblox has implemented rigorous safeguards, such as restrictions on sharing personal information, links, and user-to-user image sharing, to help protect our community. The lawsuit comes 1 month after the California-based company said it would begin using facial age estimation technology to verify that users of private, unfiltered chats are 13 and older. Last year, it expanded parental controls for users younger than age 13. There is no minimum age for using Roblox. The platform has an estimated 111.8 million daily active users, according to the company, both playing and designing games, many of which were created by children and teens. About 36% are younger than 13. While many users are engaging in age-appropriate activities, the platform is also home to a number of sexually explicit experiences, such as Escape to Epstein Island, Diddy Party, and Public Bathroom Simulator Vibe, the lawsuit states. The lawsuit is seeking a permanent injunctive order against Roblox that would prohibit the company from claiming that it has adequate safety features and prohibit it from engaging in any activity in violation of Louisiana's Unfair Trade Practices Act. It's basically open season for sex predators on this app, Murrill said at a news conference on Thursday. At the end of the day, I think Roblox should be shut down. Murrill said that a lack of safety requirements not only allows children to access explicit material, but enables child predators to pose as children and engage with others via chat. She cited a case out of Livingston Parish, Louisiana last month, in which officers executing a search warrant on an individual accused of possessing child sexual abuse material found that the suspect was an active Roblox user and had employed voice-altering technology designed to mimic the voice of a young female, allegedly for the purpose of luring and sexually exploiting minor users of the platform. Roblox has been the subject of numerous lawsuits, many of them filed by families accusing the company of allowing sexual predators to exploit children on the platform. Last week, a California father sued the company, alleging his 10-year-old daughter was kidnapped by a 27-year-old man she met on the platform. The law firm Dolman Law Group has filed lawsuits in Texas, Michigan, Georgia, and California on behalf of underage plaintiffs who said they were sexually exploited while on Roblox. In May, a 28-year-old Maryland man pleaded guilty to producing child pornography after prosecutors accused him of coercing more than 100 girls, ages 5 to 17, to create and send him sexually explicit videos and photographs of themselves. He had targeted and communicated with the girls on Roblox, as well as Snapchat, Instagram, Skype, and Discord, prosecutors said. After a YouTuber called Schlepp posted a cease and desist letter from Roblox, purportedly related to his popular videos of him targeting child predators on the platform, Roblox issued a statement on Wednesday defending its ban on vigilante users. The company said that while vigilante users are well-intentioned, their actions are both unacceptable and create an unsafe environment for users, in that they are now engaging in activities similar to actual predators and impersonating minors. Representative Ro Khanna, Democrat, California, has since launched a petition urging Roblox to do more to protect children on the platform. Roblox is at a crossroads, the petition states. We're not going to stand by while kids are exploited online, and powerful tech companies can do more to stop it.
Yeah, they still, do people still, well, probably they do. Do people, what is it? Why do I want to call it Frontline? What's that other game, um, that was so popular for a while? You play Gooner games. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to even ask what a Gooner game is. I will, I will suspend my curiosity over that remark. So let's see here. What is next? Well, uh, I actually mentioned this at the end of the show yesterday. MSNBC is rebranding and being spun off, and so is CNBC. So this is a short article, but I'm suspecting that NBC just basically doesn't want to be associated with anything that's too far left, though CNBC certainly wasn't. But here we go.
Goodbye, MSNBC. Hello, MS Now W. This article is by Benjamin Mullen and read by an automated voice. For 3 decades, news and progressive opinion on the cable dial has been defined by 5 capital letters. MSNBC. By the end of this year, a couple of those letters are changing. As part of a corporate spin-off from Comcast, MSNBC is changing its name to My Source News Opinion World, or MS Now for short. The name is meant to reflect the channel's mission to provide breaking news and best-in-class opinion journalism. Rebecca Cutler, MSNBC's president, said in a memo to employees on Monday, "I want to acknowledge that for many of you who have spent years or decades here, it is hard to imagine the network by any other name," Ms. Cutler said. This was not a decision that was made quickly or without significant debate. Most of the cable channels that were part of Comcast's NBC Universal TV empire are being spun out this year into a new company called Versant. The spin-off will require the new company to stop using the NBC brand and its signature Peacock, which are both staying with Comcast, said Mark Lazarus, chief executive of Versant. This gives us the opportunity to chart our own path forward, create distinct brand identities, and establish an independent news organization following the spin, Mr. Lazarus said in a memo to employees. CNBC will retain its initials, which stand for Consumer News and Business Channel, but will be accompanied by a new logo without the peacock when the separation is complete, which is expected by the end of the year. Adam Miller, the chief operating officer at NBC Universal, said in a memo to employees Monday that the change would help avoid confusion between viewers of NBC News and MSNBC, as the 2 channels covered the same news events. Since the split was announced a few months ago, MSNBC has gone on a hiring spree, adding at least 36 journalists as the organization prepares to separate itself from the sizable news-gathering prowess of NBC News, its longtime corporate cousin. MSNBC's original name is a throwback to MSN, the internet service that Microsoft developed in the 1990s. In 1996, as the business world was frothing over the possibilities for infusing traditional TV businesses with the internet, Microsoft and NBC created MSNBC as part of a joint cable and online venture. Executives had considered changing the name of its website after NBC's break with Microsoft, but the name persisted. Ms. Cutler said in her memo that the rebrand would not change MSNBC's core identity or its editorial focus, adding that the network would mount a major marketing campaign to promote the rebrand. "While our name will be changing, who we are and what we do will not," Ms. Cutler said. "Our commitment to our work and our audiences will not waver from what the brand promise has been for 3 decades.
Man, time flies. I remember when MSNBC was was brand new. So you might want to consider doing more than just rebranding, though. Might want to change your core mission a bit to fit the times. All right. This video I just happened upon. It's Channel 4 in Britain, and I ran it through the YouTube algorithm just to make sure there were no copyright issues. But the name of the video is called "Humans Are Not Evolved for Modern Life," and she is an evolutionary biologist, Ella Shamahi. And it's an interesting topic. I'm going to start the video, then I need to take my trash bin out to the street. So I'm listening, but I won't be able to come back on immediately. It'll be probably about 5 minutes. I got a long driveway. So let us play this.
Studying human evolution, you cannot help but be impressed with our species. I mean, we're a nightmare of species at the same time, don't get me wrong. But time and time again, we are resilient against all odds. And every single person listening to this is literally the result of thousands of people who, against all odds, survived. I have a lot of hope in our species.
You are a questioning scientist. You're a professional skeptic.
Yeah.
But as a teenager, you were a religious missionary zealot. So you had a massive personality change in over the period of time.
I think that is the nature, though, of tribalism. You agree with your tribe.
Hello and welcome to Ways to Change the World. I'm Krishnan Guru-Murthy, and this is the podcast in which we talk to extraordinary people about the big ideas in their lives and the events that have helped shape them. My guest today is best known for exploring our human origins, but her own origin story is a gripping tale too. Ella Al-Shamahi grew up as a Muslim creationist, but was converted to evolutionary biologist at university and is now a paleoanthropologist, exploring the evolution of Homo sapiens in the BBC series Human. Ella, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
First of all, what is a paleoanthropologist?
It's somebody who studies deep time. So, like, I wouldn't wake up for the Romans as an archaeologist, but I would wake up for early civilizations, and I'd certainly wake up for early man.
And how much of it is anthropology and projection, and how much of it is science?
Don't ask me that. Not at the top. It's like a stab in the heart. Yes, we have very, very few remains, and we build a lot of stories out of that.
Because the thing that always, grips me with BBC landmark series like Human is how sure the script is of what we did and how we did it and all the rest of it. And I wonder how sure you are.
I will say, look at the script carefully or hear it carefully. There are a lot of maybes.
There's a lot of maybes.
There are a lot of perhapses. Sometimes we have a maybe and a perhaps in a single sentence just to, appease everyone. I will say, though, we actually now have quite a lot of evidence to paint a certain picture because we also have DNA. And I think that has been a massive, massive game changer. So for example, just a simple one, like, did Neanderthals and Homo sapiens interbreed, which is really just a fancy way of saying, did we have sex? Yeah. This has been like a story, it's been just debated for the longest time. As soon as you start getting ancient DNA, it's game over. You can answer that question. So I would say ancient DNA has really, it's revolutionized the field without a doubt. There's a reason Svante Pääbo won a Nobel Prize. It was a year ago or something, because it was just him invent. Well, he didn't invent it. He was able to extract that DNA. It was so pivotal to the field.
And what Human has done is look at all the different types of people who are on the planet coexisting, which is not something we force about a lot.
Yeah.
Has it made you question taxonomy? And make you think, well, actually, we've given names for all these things, but are they really as distinct as all of that, given they were all interbreeding?
So it's interesting that you say types of human, because I would say that there's different species of human. But you're so right to ask about the taxonomy thing. Most people at school, this is slightly technical, but most people at school got taught what a species is. And the understanding of a species is, it means that it's basically if two individuals can have children, but those children are infertile, that basically means they're two different species. That is called the biological species concept. It turns out there are over 20 different species concepts because it's all to some extent bull. Because we are trying to put a taxonomy and a framework on nature, and nature knows no framework, right? But it is a useful tool to help decipher, because we're clearly different to those other species, and there were many of them. And I think in the show, one of the things that is just so exciting is that we're able to portray this world of many. And I think for most people, they just haven't grasped this concept that this is the only time in human history that only one species has walked the earth. This is a bizarre, the last 20,000 years is not the norm. For hundreds of thousands of years, we shared the planet with many other humans, human species.
They were things like Homo erectus, Neanderthals, all these
yes, and
the things we learned to draw at school.
And a lot of time people weren't even taught this stuff at school. And there's some species in there that seem fantastical. I keep talking about the so-called hobbit, which is actually called Homo floresiensis, which is this tiny human who came up to about my hip, so about a meter tall, so just over 3 feet. They had brains the size of chimps, and yet they were able to make fire, make stone tools, stood upright, were humans in the full sense of the word, but they lived on this one island in Indonesia with giant marabou storks that were taller than me, miniature elephant-like mammals called stegodons, giant rats. There's a reason we call it the Hobbit, and there's a reason why I would argue that that was a Lord of the Rings-esque world, except it was real. And I do feel very strongly that partly it is just a fantastic story to tell.
And have you come to any conclusions yourself about why we were the ones who won?
If you put
in the end
10 paleoanthropologists in a room, everybody would give you a slightly different answer. Some of them would be wildly different. I present in the show what I feel is most accurate, and I kind of come down to a few reasons, and they're reasons that obviously it has to align with some of our series consultants and what have you, but there is a joy in being able to present your field and go, you know what, this is the theory I am going to run with. And they're often theories that people aren't expecting, right? So a lot of people have just assumed it's our brain size, but Neanderthals had similar sized brains to us. And also, if it's just about brain size, I keep saying this, if it was just about brain size, elephants and whales would be on this podcast right now and not us. Like, it's not just brain size. So one of the things actually is that friendliness, cooperation is what gave us an edge as a species. And that shocks people because they look at us and they go, the friendly species, really? And I'm like, yes, actually there is so much evidence to show that we are a highly cooperative species in a way that no other species has ever been. And that gave us this edge. And there are theories that state things like language and our brain kind of being superior, and I'm saying this in inverted commas, isn't actually because that's what was being selected for. That was what we were driving towards. It's that actually we were a highly cooperative species, and so we ended up with better brains and we ended up with language just to help us be these social cooperative. So actually us being smarter is kind of a side effect of us just being really social, which is kind of wonderful. And I'm like, why are we not talking about this, especially in the political climate we're in right now? Yeah, it feels relevant. It feels relevant that actually that hyper cooperation is the cornerstone to our success, in my opinion.
Yes, although you might then say that we're regressing in terms of sort of the dominance human characteristics on display around the world right now: tribalism, war, fights.
Yeah, and that's where it gets uncomfortable for me, because a lot of us in the field would argue that the world around us today is not the world we've evolved for. It's just not. And we will probably never be evolved for the world that we're in ever again, because we evolved for caves being prime real estate. for a tribe of about 100, I don't know, 150 people, where, I don't know, 2/3 of them would have basically been your dad's relatives, where you knew everybody by name. We did not evolve for farming cities, and certainly the last 400 years, where there's just been this absolute technological overhaul. And that comes with problems. It just does. And that's an existential conundrum for me, because I see it as a trade-off, right, Krishnan? Like, on the one side, truthfully, if our ancestors hadn't made that huge, massive leap, farming, cities, et cetera, we wouldn't have the beauty that we sometimes see. I don't mean to sound, but like, art, things that are truly the kind of art that takes your breath away, the kind of creativity that takes your breath away. Also, we wouldn't have the capacity to support as many people. You and I realistically just wouldn't have, our ancestors wouldn't have made it. But the trade-off is that we're not evolved for the world that we're in. We don't fit here. Like, it doesn't, it is not is not a good fit in any way, to the extent that I think we can blame a lot of things that are going wrong on the fact that we're cave people. We're just stuck here with many benefits. Like, truthfully, if you held a gun to my head and we're like, okay, well, you go back to the Paleolithic, I'd be like, no, please, I'm actually quite happy where I am. But there's so much that isn't working. And in my opinion, it isn't working because this isn't the world we've evolved for.
Right, but do you believe, as an evolutionary biologist now, that evolution will have the answers to this?
No, because
and that this is something that's constantly moving and changing and...
No, I think I agree with other evolutionary biologists that basically think evolution is now dwindling to the point of almost not existing in our species, because we have medicine and science that have just taken away the things that would normally have cast out people that, for example, I mean, the most extreme example, and this is uncomfortable, so I'm really sorry about this, but like infertility, that is the biggest thing that would normally be selected against, like, just by very nature of it. Now, well, infertility is something to be solved with science, which is a wonderful thing. Like,
so
it's
natural
wonderful.
Selection is no longer operative.
If it does still exist, it's very weak. It's very, very weak. Certainly in the West, it's incredibly. It's.
I mean, because that is it's a massive claim, that, isn't it? You're saying human behavior has halted evolution.
Oh yeah, I don't think that's controversial. That's we've been saying this for a while now. It's just, do people want to hear it? Because it sounds like I'm being a Luddite, and I'm not. I'm saying it's wonderful that you can you can do all this stuff. Like, truthfully, looking at St. Paul's, for example, takes my breath away. I cycle past it every single time I cycle past it. I have to stop myself from stopping because it takes my breath away. And yet, it's a trade-off, and I would argue it's the biggest trade-off we've ever made.
But why wouldn't we evolve to get better? Human behavior can preserve us as we are.
Yeah.
But why wouldn't we actually get better at living on this planet that we now live on?
Because two things. One is the brutal reality of natural selection is that if something is not advantageous, you would not be having children, or you would be having less children. That's just not our world today. Our world today, you can be brilliant by every standard and choose not to have children, and that be absolutely normal. You can have some kind of any kind of disease that normally would have. We laugh in our family that quite a few of us have got allergies, and one of us has an allergy to dust, and we just laugh at that particular sibling because we're like, can you imagine how you would have handled the caves? Bless you. It's a good job that the Shamahis were hanging around right now and not back then, basically. And the flip side is that technology is evolving way too fast. So I have a condition. People see me sometimes typing with a stylus on my smartphone, and I am sure that a lot of people think I'm a hipster, and I am. But I do it because this motion, which is where you move your thumb to swipe, is something I can no longer do on my right hand because I overused my phone 10 years ago, answering emails, being a workaholic, et cetera, and I gave myself repetitive strain injury, which they used to call BlackBerry syndrome. Like, they actually called it BlackBerry syndrome because in the early days of technology, the BlackBerry isn't even around anymore. So I have a condition. I have a condition because of technology that the ancestors. there was no early Homo sapien was sitting in a cave needing to do that motion to make a stone tool, to create art, to do anything. I need to do it for my phone today. Ironically, the name given to my syndrome colloquially, it is obsolete because that technology is now also obsolete. Do you see what we're dealing with? Yeah. I don't know what to do with half of this because I'm just, it's such an existential, it is an existential dilemma. I think it's, in one way, I try to argue that it's wonderful because it gives me context for things. We have, for example, a problem with procrastination and negativity bias, and we see it playing out, for example, in social media. And for those who don't know about negativity bias, that's that study upon study has shown that we remember and have a stronger reaction to negative things over positive things. So if I was to lose $50, in fact, this is an actual experiment, I have a stronger reaction to it than if I was to find $50. And you think, right, so just we're screwed, right? Except if you understand the evolutionary context of it. Because once upon a time, it was more helpful for me to remember the thing that would kill me, I don't know, the mushrooms on the left of the cave that are going to kill me, than the lovely grapes on the right of the cave that are just nice to eat. That information, the mushrooms that are going to kill me, that's the information I have to have a stronger reaction to, because I might die if I don't remember that. So it's, it's like we didn't survive to thrive. We just survived to survive, basically.
Now, I mentioned in the intro that your own origin story is as gripping, and the truth is, you were brought up not to believe. Most of what you've said.
Yeah.
So what was your childhood? I mean, you were brought up as a creationist, effectively.
Yeah. So this was a Muslim community that was highly conservative, and at the time. And I really do want to point out the community has moved on since then. But at the time, there was no space for evolution. Everybody was a creationist. But it wasn't just that. It was that I was a missionary. I decided to become a missionary at the age of 13 or something ridiculous. I guess I have a certain personality type. It's been incredibly freeing, but if I'm to be honest, uncomfortable, Krishna, to talk about this in the last few days, because it's a huge part of my life, my story. All my friends know about it. I make sense to them because of that. And it's something I kind of have very much kept mostly under wraps. But I was a missionary. And one of the things that I had identified as an incredibly young missionary was that we had a real problem with our response to evolution. If you walked into almost any Muslim bookshop at the time, the bookshops were filled with books by a particular author called Harun Yahya, who is now in prison and has been exposed as a cult leader, but at the time was the Muslim answer to human evolution. And I'm really glad that the community has moved on since then. And it's a community now that is very pluralistic. So many people are very, very, very chill with evolution, but that just wasn't the case even 13 years ago. And so I decided as a very, very young person, with the arrogance, I think, to some extent of youth, and I'm kind of smiling because I realize how embarrassing this is in some ways to say that I thought I was going to go to university to study evolution so that I could destroy it. Because I thought we were either being lied to or that something else was going on.
So what did you actually believe?
I believed in a very, very, I just would not comprehend the idea of any evolution, actually, not just humans, but the evolution of any kind.
So God created everything?
Yes, but created everything in its final form. Good.
I'm kind of curious what kind of evangelism she was involved in. Usually, and forgive my bias, but I thought that Islam basically evangelized at the tip of a sword or at the business end of a gun, convert or else.
Because there are, today, for example, you'll find a lot of
There's
religious
plenty
people.
of religion that's compatible with
Exactly.
Yes.
And I meet loads.
You were very literal about it.
Yes, and to be fair, the community at the time, that was that was the orthodoxy that was going
when you
around.
talk about the community, I mean, do you mean? I mean, was it your parents who brought you up this way, or was it everyone around you?
It was everyone around me, and I am sure that there were some people that were probably chill with evolution. They just weren't saying it publicly. Certainly not.
Ignat, you do realize she's the one being interviewed. It would be strange for her to just sit there and say nothing.
Questioning of it at that time.
I mean, I was questioning. I understood that I had the absolute truth, and that my interpretation was absolutely correct, and the interpretation that my community and my missionary crowd all had was absolutely the truth. And therefore, why wouldn't I think this is the thing that people don't often understand, is a lot of the time in whatever your tribe is, if you really believe in something, you really believe it. Like you assume that the scientists are either lying or they're just wrong somehow. And that's what I thought. And
so when you talk about your community, I mean,
sounds like be brave.
There are lots of Muslim communities. It's not a single entity. So what do you mean? Do you mean because you're Yemeni in origin?
Yes.
I mean, is that significant in this? Or?
No. So if you look,
what was your community?
So my community, I would say, was a broad-based, very conservative Muslim community that was kind of pan-Arab, I would say. But then in the missionary world, it was much broader. So a lot of Pakistanis in that world. It was basically missionaries, a more conservative interpretation of the faith, and also the thing, obviously, well, maybe it's not obvious, but if you're a missionary, or as we say in Arabic, da'iyah, or you're doing da'wah, by and large, you tend to take the most conservative interpretation for everything. It's just the way it is.
But I'm really interested in how you came to be like this. You know, do you now think I was brainwashed, or I was raised this way, or
I think
because you are a questioning scientist, you're a professional skeptic.
Yeah.
But as a teenager, you were a religious
missionary.
Zealot, you know, I mean,
those words.
So you had a massive personality change in over the period of time. Or?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, still got a big personality. Jeez. I think that is the nature, though, Christian, of tribalism. You agree with your tribe, and you pretty much accept, by and large, the opinions of your tribe. And there are so many incidents which were very telling to me, because I obviously turned up to university, and there were one or two people there who were also from my community. They weren't missionaries, but they were from my community. And I remember looking at one of them who had to take an evolution class. So I turned up to university taking every single evolution class I could. I was on a mission. Yeah, I was there. Whereas others were at University College London. They're not going to let you. Historically, UCL was, the godless place on Gower Street. They have a huge genetic evolutionary kind of tradition.
Kelvin isn't the LSE? Isn't that part of University College London, or is it a separate institution? Basically, she has a PhD, and you have a PhD, and you both went to elite schools. I'm willing to bet you're a tad, just from your commentary in the chat. Sometimes I thought the same thing about you. You're kind of an elitist, aren't you? Pretentious. That doesn't describe you.
The Darwin building is literally where Darwin lived, et cetera, et cetera. And they're not going to teach you a lot of their biological subjects without forcing you to
You are not the same. Okay.
Evolution classes. And I looked at one of them and I said, okay, so I thought I found my sister in brainstorming. And I was like, great. So I'm thinking there's a weakness here and there's a potential weakness here. What are you thinking? And she was panicked. And she was like, I don't want to think about this. I have to take this class to pass and to get this, to get through the year. I do not want to think about this. And I was like, for me, looking back now, I see what that was. That was you fall in line with your tribe. And you don't want to question something because at the time that was actually questioning your faith. It wasn't questioning, it's not like there was the alternative that there is today. It wasn't like there was a bunch of, today there are actual Muslim scholars who will vocally support evolution. That was not happening at the time. And I think when you live in that world, and I think it's relevant today because of things like climate denial, vaccine science denial, those people are not sitting there lying. They genuinely think that the science is wrong, either that the scientists are lying to them or that the scientists are incredibly biased and are not being honest about the data. And that's where I was. I just thought these people are either lying or they're so brainwashed into disbelief that they are just reading the data in the way that they want to read it.
You thought they were the tribe?
I thought they were a tribe, and I thought I was a tribe, but I was part of a tribe, obviously, 100%. And then the more I studied it, the more obviously, it was awful because I was like.
And was that a gradual process, or was
it was gradual?
Was there a moment where you thought, I've got to actually
change
what I say and think?
It was gradual, and it was over many, many years. I mean, I was so in love with that community. I wasn't going to leave and even have unorthodox opinions easily.
And were you wearing hijab at university?
Yes, hijab, and also jilbab for a lot of the time, which is the kind of long clothes.
So when did you take?
That's what it is, a jalab.
So it was basically, I was studying. The first thing was that very quickly I realized that the scientists weren't lying to me. Very quickly. I was like, these guys really believe. So then I was like, all right, there's the bias that's going on here. And then it was trying to look into every bit of evidence that could possibly be used to support either narrative. And obviously, it got to the point where it's like that Darwin. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear, but. And it just got to the point where I was like, you're going to have to accept. And it was a moment actually, even just talking about it kills me. It was a moment actually in the shower where I really had that kind of, that conversation with myself, because I'd been having elements of the conversation with myself for a really, really long time. And there was this moment in the shower where I was like, and I'm sure it's in a diary somewhere, but it's something along the lines of, you need to grow a pair and you need to accept that you believe in evolution. And in that moment, I fell to the floor. I cried my eyes out. And it was because I just knew that there is no way I could continue to exist in that missionary world, a world that I loved, that I had no problems with. And I was like, right, what's this going to mean? First of all, my ex-husband and I were having problems, but what it meant was there was no way in hell I could go back to that marriage. It meant that I had no idea what was going to happen with my family. Thankfully, my siblings are the most incredible people in the world, and they decided to continue kind of holding me tight. And the third thing is realizing that I had to leave. And in realizing I had to leave, I can't tell you how terrifying that was, because that was everybody I knew. That was a paradigm shift on that scale. I mean, I'm struggling to tell you this right now. And this is, how many years has it been? I'm that I was 27 when that happened. I'm 41 now. And I still can't talk about it without really. And it was just like, I'm going to have to start all over again. I'm going to have to say goodbye to everyone. And it had to be extreme. It had to be, I had to say goodbye to everyone, because without a goodbye, which is the really weird bit, because I knew the missionary training, they were just going to try and drag me back. There was one or two people that I maintained some kind of contact with from that world, friends. And when I broke the news to one of them, she just looked at me and went, "You're the one that got us into all this and you're just going to..." And I was like...
Did you feel as a missionary then, working for Charles Darwin, that you then had to go and tell them, look, this is all rubbish?
No. the reason I decided not to do that, and I have had quite clearly zero interest in pushing that kind of thinking with on individuals of any kind, is that I had no intention of putting anybody through what I went through. I was like, you believe what you want to believe. My hope was that the community would evolve to the point where it didn't feel like a choice. And that is exactly what's happened. I've actually had a number of people in the last week and a half, many people actually, message saying, like, is Islam compatible with evolution? Or telling me that they think it is, or telling me that they think it isn't and they're struggling, or what have you. And my attitude has been, those days are over. Yeah. My missionary days are over. I'm not here to tell you exactly what to believe. I think evolution is completely correct, but your relationship with science and faith and your reading of the Quran is up to you. And and what I will actually do, which is kind of very unmissionary-like of me, I will present them with the arguments that I know Muslim theologians today are making to support a literal interpretation of the Quran and marrying it up with evolution. Now, obviously, if you're like me and you don't believe in a literal interpretation of the Quran, you're fine, right? It's metaphorical, it's this, it's that, the other. But if you believe in a literal interpretation, like many Muslims do, I want to point out to them, you don't have to take the path I took. You can, because what I did was heartbreaking, and I don't want anyone to do it if they don't want to.
And did it make you reject everything about religion? So you're now an atheist?
No. So I think that's become a thing that I want to scream really loudly, actually, that science cannot be a playground just for left-wing atheists. I myself, I'm a non-practicing Muslim. It basically means that I don't take the Quran literally. I am.
But you believe in God.
Yeah,
you believe in a creator.
Yeah, it's not like I have to then believe in every single. I have many people in my world, for example, who are incredibly comfortable with their interpretations of things, and they're just not very literal interpretations. I don't want people to feel like it should be this choice. But part of the reason I'm talking about it now is that I'm seeing a polarization of science that scares the hell out of me. And so I think it feels even more relevant today.
And what is that polarization?
There is a real crisis. I would personally say that I completely agree that we live in the post-truth era. Vaccine science, climate science is massively contested. There's a real crisis of trust in science. What's the OG theory that people didn't like and that still don't like? And that they still don't like? It's evolution. I happen to be able to speak to that quite extensively. And my opinion is, and I say this not just to somebody who's been through this, but it's my opinion as a paleoanthropologist, as an evolutionary biologist, your opinions are the opinions of your tribe. And that has been selected for over hundreds of thousands of years, and it has been to great advantage historically. And fundamentally, you choose the opinions of your tribe, you choose the opinions of the people that you love. You don't often cross over the aisle. And if we present science like it is in any way a tribal issue, we are asking people to choose between the people that they love and the paradigm that they exist in and science. And that is not going to end well for us scientists. Like, it's just not. Because most people will choose the people that they love. I didn't, but Christian, I was in too deep. I was years into studying this subject.
So what you're talking about in terms of current culture wars, if you like, are, people who are growing up in vaccine skeptic communities, or, people who are just generally challenging the establishment and the status quo, which is sort of a huge trend at the moment and growing in power.
And also people that are on the right, I would say as well. Also, devout people, highly religious people, depending on the area of science, it's hard to find people that will openly say that they're very religious in any part of evolutionary biology. I know that there are some. They're hiding in plain sight. They don't feel particularly comfortable talking about it because they're bluntly ridiculed often, or eyebrows are raised. You see, even in medicine, people are surprised by it, but not in a good way.
You talked about COVID as an example, where the lab leak theory was sort of poo-pooed at first by science.
That was,
and now seems to be widely accepted.
That was so quickly polarized, politically polarized. So what I have seen personally, and this is my interpretation of things, is in the last few years, science has always been kind of left-leaning. The playground for atheists, certainly in the evolutionary science, by and large, that's kind of, but it has got to a point which feels too tribal, in my opinion. So you had, for example, Jordan Peterson's very short kind of chair in 2019 rescinded at Cambridge. Makes me feel quite uncomfortable. It's not that I like Jordan Peterson. Find his opinions to be, uncomfortable, etc., etc. But if you are on the right or you support some of his opinions and you see that, you see, right, well, hold on, how many right-wing scientists can I count? If the data point is so, if there are only like 3 data points and I know that one of them has just had their chair cancelled, it looks like science is not because...
Is that about left or right? Because, obviously Elon Musk is going through the same thing with the Royal Society.
Yeah.
Where there are lots of scientists who are part of the Royal Society who want them expelled.
Yeah.
Now, is that about left or right, or is that about people who are, the reason they are going for it, many of them, is that he is part of something that is damaging science.
I am trying to avoid...
Because of the cuts to science in America.
So the Elon Musk thing, I think, comes out of my argument slightly because he was in the administration and was responsible for stuff. Jordan Peterson wasn't. The people that were supporting the lab leak theory in the early days when they were being decried as racists, they weren't part of the administration. Like they were not in political power. They were scientists, some of whom were right-leaning, sure.
I just did a quick look online. Apparently she is like a television / like a celebrity scientist. So that may explain a lot of her little theatrics here. She's a performer.
I'm not even arguing, by the way, that
maybe even a content
some
creator.
on the right weren't utilizing this for political gain. But what I am saying is, and it is so uncomfortable for some of my tribe to hear this, we have some culpability on the left. Because what I saw with the lab leak theory, that's a really good example, is that kind of throwing around of, oh, this is a racist ideology, et cetera, et cetera. And what it really took was 1 or 2 really big names who were willing to step outside of their tribe and vocally say, and I would argue at the time, it took a little bit of guts, but for example, Professor François Ballou at UCL, saying he was open to the lab leak theory, clearly being on the left, that kind of helps the energy dissipates
what you seem to be
a
saying
bit.
is that politics is actually getting in the way of good science.
Yeah. But I would argue that while we have done a really good job, I think, of arguing, and for bloody good reason, right, that the left have a huge amounts of culpability. I have a master's in biodiversity, like climate science is currently being denied in a way that just absolutely boggles the mind. But I would say that we are really, really good at pointing all that out, and we are completely correct. But I think we need to go look at our own tribe as well for a minute and accept that there is some culpability, and accept as a general rule that if we have somebody on the right who has opinions that we really, really disagree with, as long as they are not causing physical harm and as long as they are following the scientific method, they need to be in the room, and we need to be arguing very loudly that those people need to be in the room. And what I have is that I am a brown woman. And I stopped myself at saying an advantage because obviously, but in this particular instance, I would say it's an advantage because as a brown woman and as somebody whose career was basically built on me going into hostile territories and saying these people deserve science as well, I've kind of proven to some extent my progressive credentials. Does that, it's much more difficult for people to come at me when I go and defend a right-wing scientist and we'll turn around and say things like, I will say things like, look, I don't necessarily have to like their opinion, but you guys need to get over it. And this person needs to be in the room. Partly for the good of science, because their biases are going to be slightly different from my biases. And that's really important just for the health of science. But then there's the wider existential, very of the moment conversation about the health of science, which is if those people aren't here, what that means is that the general public look at science as if it is not of their tribe, and that will reduce faith in science. But also, and we're seeing this now, it makes funding cuts so much easier, because you can argue this is we're funding left-wing science as opposed to no, we're just funding science. And I know some people have got a bit annoyed with me saying this in recent days. But I'll be honest with you, more people have been messaging me going, yeah.
Because do you think what's happening in America, which is huge cuts to science funding, medical trials being stopped mid-flow, whole tranches of research basically being lopped off because so much government, so much science funding in America actually comes from central government?
Yes.
Is that a risk here as well?
It absolutely is if we continue going down this road. And that's why I think I will say to people, we each need to go collect our tribes. I will be calling out and I will be trying to rein in when our tribe is getting a bit too polarizing, being a bit too aggressive and unwelcoming to those on the right and to those who are religiously devout. And I would hope that those on the right are also willing to call out things like cuts to science funding or denial of science that's quite robust, this kind of science that really shouldn't be kind of called into question. We all need to start really thinking about what's at stake here, and what's at stake here is science. And that is terrifying. We should be really, really concerned about this. And yet I think we're more comfortable pointing to the other. I will say, though, I really do think the majority actually kind of agree. But a lot of people are scared to say it. A lot of the people that have been messaging me are white men who are scientists.
Is it partly because science has often thrived, and medical science in particular, I suppose, has thrived on certainty and, giving people the impression that we know what we're talking about definitively.
Yeah.
And the truth is, it's never quite that clear cut.
That's a fair criticism. I do think that is a fair criticism. I think it depends on the bit of science, but I do think we have not always done a very good job. And to some extent, this isn't just scientists' fault. This is also government's fault for, you've got to build up the education system so that people understand that science is just an interpretation of a set of data points at a particular time, and that can change. And I do think that sadly most people understand science to be gospel. You can't
argue with the science.
Yeah.
People say, well, actually you can.
Yeah, it is a really difficult one. It is. And I do think, as a science communicator, maybe we work on that one a little bit. But at the same time, it is a time that is quite scary right now. I have turned around recently, though. I was having a chat with some on the right in science, and we kind of looked at each other and were like, what did we think was going to happen? We have been so loud about bringing down right-wing thinking in the sciences and right-wing individuals. What did we think was going to happen? Did we really think that half of the population who are on the right would continue look at it and get science and think, no, we've got to be really, really careful and have a more nuanced discussion. I think this moment should be a wake-up call, but I definitely know that some people are having a small wake-up. I think some of them, though, are having that wake-up call because their funding is being cut and they're like, oh, crap, I've got to play the game.
I mean, just finally, to sort of pull things together a little bit. I mean, as somebody who thinks evolution seems to have stopped.
I love how you're really focused on that. You're like slightly alarmed by it. Not completely stopped, but I would say it's trudging along, like very, very...
We're facing this sort of crunch point in science where a huge number of people around the world could lose faith in facts and science. Are you able to maintain any sense of optimism about human development as a result of all of this? Or are you a sort of a bit of a catastrophizer.
No. So I would say two things to this. One is studying human evolution, you cannot help but be impressed with our species. I mean, we're a nightmare of species at the same time, don't get me wrong. But time and time again, we are resilient against all odds. And every single person listening to this is literally the result of thousands of people who, against all odds, survived. I mean, there were 7 species of human. Most of them were, let me put it differently. We were the underdog of the group, and yet we're the ones that are left standing. I have a lot of hope in our species. But the second reason is my own story. I think for somebody to be able to make such a traumatizing shift and find the funny in it, learning how to exist in a secular world, having grown up, I often say, arranged marriage, by the way, by my imam arranged my marriage to Tinder was quite the journey, let me tell you. And the fact that, fine, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm absolutely fine and can come out the other end presenting a BBC landmark on human evolution. For me, I'm like, we have the capacity within us to be resilient, to come up with ideas, to step outside of our tribe, to change, etc., etc. But it's difficult.
If you could change the world in any way, how would you change it?
I would ensure that social media companies could not encourage polarization and tribalism. I don't know how exactly they would do that. We'd need some research into it. But if there was one thing I could do, it was enforcing whatever is being advised to stop that polarization.
Ella Al-Shami, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
I hope you enjoyed that. If you did, then give us a rating or a review, and then other people will find it.
I actually found that pretty fascinating. I don't know. EAE has tasked me with doing, including a little bit more science into the rotation. So I tend to find, this sort of anthropology or, evolutionary biology pretty fascinating. And I fully intend on whatever I find interesting, or whatever suggested, if I find interesting, we will definitely start putting it in the roster, if for no other reason than it's a change of pace. Everybody, please make sure you are hitting the like button. Please make sure if you're new, you subscribe, please, to the Stanley Cross channel and share it out. It's mostly, it's like the channel says, I think it's politics, culture, and life. I think that's what I put in the channel description. So make sure you support the host. By supporting the host, you support the show. And ways to support the show are in the little banner crawling at the bottom. Even if it's something as simple as a one-liner for a show title, that is much appreciated. And the next stuff I have to show, I actually wasn't going to talk about it because I think a lot of people in the past 24 to 48 hours have talked about it. But I figure, you know what? I might as well add my 2 cents worth. I don't think any of it will be original, but it's kind of an ongoing theme that SKC and I occasionally touch on, and others, but SKC stands out. So let's this I don't know if you guys know David Hoffman. He is a 80, might be high 70s, 80s. He is a cinematographer / photographer, and he's got this huge archive of old videos from like the 60s, 70s, 80s, and onward. And he's almost on the order of oh, what are the name of it? Is it Hecaziah? Is that the name of the channel? It's kind of like a video archive sort of channel, but he put this out a few days ago, and it kind of struck home. It kind of leads into the next video we're going to watch. And I think I'm going to have to rewind it a bit. Oh, no, I don't.
Mississippi is America's problem. Because if
And the volume's a little low, just turn it up.
what has been going on in Mississippi, it could have stopped by now. It wouldn't have been in the past few years, between 40 and 50 churches bombed and burned. You see, and this lead me to say, all of the burning and bombing that was done to us and the houses, nobody never said too much about that, and nothing was done. But let something be burned, by a black man, and then, my God, you see, the flag is drenched with our blood. Because, you see, so many of our ancestors was killed because we have never accepted slavery. We had to live on it, but we've never wanted it. So we know that this flag is drenched with our blood. So what the young people are saying now, give us a chance to be young men, respected as a man. As we know, this country was built on the black backs of black people across this country. And if we don't have it, you ain't gonna have it either, because we gonna tear it up. That's what they saying. And people ought to understand that. I don't see why they don't understand it. They know what they've done to us. All across this country, they know what they've done to us. This country is desperately sick, and man is on the critical list. I really don't know where we go from here.
That will lead in. This is a guy named Political Punk. He's got an overnight show that's actually really popular. He reviewed Her Take, which is kind of like a show. I don't know whether it's on one of those alt-right cable channels like Newsday or News, whatever it is. And then I think he goes on to look at Newsnight. Basically this is like Jillian Michaels, who's just a real fucking problem. Jillian Michaels is a moron, even for a MAGA person. The stupidest of the MAGA folks. She is definitely leading the race to the bottom, even for MAGA. But that last video that I showed, that video clip is from, I believe, the 1960s. So this idea that black people built the country basically, with blood, sweat, and tears, and that sort of thing has literally been in the black community for decades, if not centuries. There's really nothing new under the sun. Everything kind of gets recycled at some point in time in American culture. So, what can I say? A lot of these things about blacks built the country have been around for decades, if not centuries. And I don't know why people get so upset when they hear it. You would think they'd be used to it by now and would have better arguments if they disagree. But we're going to take a look at this Jillian Michaels person who was like a fitness guru, but all of a sudden she's talking politics and history. And Anna, I think Anna Kasparian is in here somewhere. And I guess maybe what I should have done is just found the actual raw videos and worked with it there. But I found that Political Punk is actually pretty funny. And he's got some comments. And maybe what I'll do is find the Newsnight clip while he's talking about her take, which is like a right-wing version of The View, I guess.
But again, though, we have to see results, right? Like Mamdani needs to get in there and make shit happen. We got to succeed, right? That's what it is. I mean, so far, like a lot of socialist sort of stuff has not succeeded, and so people are afraid to vote for it. But I'm telling you, all it's going to take is one mayor to use some socialist fucking policies that actually pay dividends, and that shit will spread like goddamn wildfire because people want it. You know what I'm saying? People want it. Dude, what are they doing here? So fucking, oh, there she is, dude. God, she is fucking horrible, bro. Look at her, dude. Dude, 45 seconds of just fucking buzzy silence. Nice fucking video, weirdos.
All right, everybody. Welcome to Her Take. We are incredibly excited to welcome Kaizen Asiadu. How'd I do? Did I get it right?
8 out of 10.
It took me like...
Dude, look at this, though. When did this come out? 2 days ago. Right after she talks about slavery, what does she do? They have a black guest, right? I mean, you see this, though? You see, this is the first black guest they've had, too, right? You know what I'm saying? This is the first black guest that they've had. Like, you know, and she never did answer my question. I asked her when she interacted with me on Twitter, I asked her, why did you platform Jack Posobiec, a known white supremacist? And she wouldn't answer it. Yeah, dude, she's so phony.
8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Do it for me, please.
Kaizen Asiadu.
Asiadu, damn it. Anna could have done it better. Welcome to the show. Your list of accomplishments is staggering. We're all so excited to have you here. Okay, I have to read it because it's such a long...
Dude, she's so phony, bro. She's so phony. Right? She is so phony.
So, you're a Harvard grad, educated in philosophy, turned Emmy-winning producer who helped bring global sports events like the Mid-Season Invitational and the World Championship to life at the Riot Games. But in 2020, you walked away from that to focus on a career of personal transformation, coaching, and cultural commentary, which is where Amy first learned about you and fell in love. Since then, you've built your following on your sharp, nonpartisan takes that challenge tribal thinking, which is where I personally fell in love with you. And we've all seen you on Piers.
The nonpartisan takes, like slavery wasn't so bad. Quit saying white people committed slavery. Dude, do these women think they're liberals? No. I think what they are, you know what they are? I'll tell you what these women are. Is they are right-wingers who want to be above the fray, okay? They try to be the people that are neither right nor left, so therefore they can be above everybody and pick and choose.
You know what? I actually found a better clip, which is more to my point. So I'm going to play this clip. With Jillian Michaels and her just real. This woman is really not that bright. She's stunningly stupid.
With Dear Leader and what the MAGA
Can we
organization
address
wants.
some of those things that are in there? Because have you looked at some of the things that
Yeah,
are being
slavery.
reviewed?
Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
Like forgive
He's
me for
not
saying that.
whitewashing
No.
slavery. So
He's not?
He's not. No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Deacon Dave. It's not different. You will hear a lot that America is a white man's country. So if white people can be this hyperbolic, why can't black people? So your point, your point is not a floater today. It's sinking right to the bottom of the toilet.
He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you look at slavery, let's talk about the fact that
slavery in America was.
do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white.
That 2% of whites owned slaves is the first idiotic point. Who really cares? What we do know for sure is that at the end of the Civil War, by 1865, there were about 4 million slaves. So the 2%, only 2% owned slaves, that makes it even worse. So you're telling me 2% of Americans owned 4 million people? There were 4 million slaves. I don't think that includes free blacks. So, and see, the other problem is that the people at the table really don't know how to handle her very bad, very uninformed, very ignorant of American history points. And even if she knows the details, she doesn't know it in detail. And there are ways you can bend people's words and warp their points, but you don't even have to do that with Jillian Michaels because she's literally a moron. And this is not being hyperbolic. I really don't even understand why she gets invited to shows like this. So 2% of white people in 1860 owned roughly 3 million people. It was 4 million. I've seen at the end of 1865, but she's talking about 1860. So let's just go with her number. If 2% of white Americans in 1860 owned 3 million slaves, that's horrible. That's even worse than 10% or 20%. So I wish she'd ask me a stupid question like that. And I think the percentage is probably a bit higher than that, but I'll go with 2%. No, accuracy doesn't matter when you don't understand the point in the first place, Deacon Dave. The problem with folks like Jillian Michaels is she thinks being accurate is all you need to do to make a point. No, as I keep saying, and a lot of people around these parts don't seem to understand, is numbers don't tell a story. They are given a story. Numbers are given a narrative. Just like words really don't have a meaning if I speak to you in Swahili and say a word, it literally means nothing until you translate it into a language you can understand. So 2% means nothing when you consider that that 2% might be 3%, might be 5%. But the bottom line is we do know by Jillian's admission that there were 3 million slaves. So 2% owning 3 million slaves, that's not a good look. And she doesn't even understand that she's making a horrible point.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, slavery, this is that same fucking Thomas Sowell idiocy. Slavery being ancient has nothing to do with the point about America and its history of slavery. It has zero to do. I wonder what some of these far right MAGA people, where were they educated?
In America, the first race to try to end slavery?
Wait a second.
Okay. Well, what's controversial?
I'm very
surprised
this is an extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Do you realize that?
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate who was the beneficiary of slavery and
I'm
who
not.
was not.
What I'm trying to tell you is
in the
that
context of American history. Okay. In the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh no, this is all because white people bad, and that.
Okay, and see, even when she's trying to do the white people bad bullshit, who the fuck is saying white people are bad because America had slavery? She's making shit up. This is what a lot of people do, and I won't even say it's the far right, like MAGA populist people, because there are people on the left that do it too. You talk bad about America, or you say something like, well, America had like this form of slavery that had all kinds of just huge problems. It had lasting effect, has lasting effects. And then people like Jillian Michaels want to put themselves in the middle of it, accusing you of saying white people are bad. Nobody owns slaves in 2025, but her ancestors did, or she has American roots that deep. Why get offended over the truth? The truth is America bred slaves. It built wealth off of slaves. It built wealth off of slaves that were basically treated as property, kind of like a cow or a sheep or a horse. That was real. That is easy to figure out. Now, what it means, it depends. I think America has a long way to go to deal with its racial history. I personally don't think America can be post-racial. What they're trying to do, people like Coleman Hughes and apparently Jillian Michaels and Donald Trump, they just basically want to go in and modify history. They basically want to whitewash the Smithsonian. So all the bad stuff is kind of hidden, if it's even known at all. They want a patriotic education that emphasizes American exceptionalism. And you know what? America, if America had slavery like everybody else, well, I argue America's not exceptional then. We were just like everybody else and had slavery. But these fucking far right Thomas Sowell type fools, they don't understand their own arguments, because if America had slavery like everybody else, you don't have an exceptionalism argument. And then I also heard her say, I can't remember if it's on this show. Maybe what I'll do is let it play and then address it when it comes up, because I think it does.
It's just not the truth. Like, for example, every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one. Like, people migrated from Cuba because white people bad, not because.
No, see, once again, she doesn't know the history. People didn't migrate from Cuba because white people bad. People migrated from Cuba back in the Castro era because Castro was pretty much a dictator. But you know what? Castro basically overturned a right-wing dictator that America supported. So America played a part. And you know what? You could basically say, well, if America's a white man's country, the white man's government supported a right-wing dictator in Cuba, and that person was overturned. Batista was overturned by Castro. And by the way, most of the people couldn't afford to leave under Batista. And then the Batista people actually wound up in Puerto Rico, which is America. So a lot of those folks, I guess they were kind of like the Shah of Iran. He had to flee and he came all the way over to the United States. But the bottom line is low density, low IQ arguments like Jillian Michaels really don't do the right any favors.
of past. Yes, no, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. You don't actually know what's in there. Do you know that when you walk in the front door,
what exactly?
the first thing you see is the gay flag?
Jillian, you have a lot of stuff in front
Yeah,
of
I
you.
do,
What
because I don't,
exactly
because here's the
are
thing.
you talking about?
Okay, I'll give you an example.
Yeah, please.
There's one called
I never
Change the
watched
Game,
Game of Thrones,
right?
Dirty. I guess maybe I
has
should
been
one
an
of these
installation
days.
there. Is gender testing fair in sports?
Okay, now what?
And then it
See,
goes on to talk
again, now she's talking, they're literally talking about the arts and culture. So apparently Jillian Michaels was tasked, or maybe she did it on her own. She went through the Smithsonian and she's pointing out all these exhibits that are, that paint white people in a bad light. Let's not say white people. Let's say it what she would call, or Be Brave would call, white culture. It paints white culture in a bad light. And then there's some display in there talking about testing, some sort of genetic testing to keep people out of sports. Her argument is really a jumble in this. Like I said, people like Jillian Michaels, even if there are people in the MAGA movement who are a little bit more literate and who can actually make a cogent argument or two. I, for the life of me, don't understand why Jillian Michaels is so popular as a panelist. She's really bad.
about how it's complex to do gender testing in sports. It's not complex. It's basic science. That's untrue. It's XX chromosome, XY chromosome. That's sports. Is it fair to have biological men competing against biological women in sports? No. But why is this in the Smithsonian? So it's
okay. The Smithsonian chronicles cultural history. Why the fuck shouldn't it be in the? If that is something that's kind of happening in contemporary American culture, there is no reason for it not to be in the Museum of American History. What the hell is this woman? See, this is what happens when you get fucking muscle heads like Jillian. Jillian is she's known as like basically a female jock. She was like into fitness for years, and then all of a sudden she's some sort of cultural critic. She's basically, she's just a basically a PE teacher who got famous. And I just basically think that she is not up to this cultural critic task.
Look,
it's been completely captured.
First of all, I don't.
And
think
it's totally partisan.
We don't. First of all, we don't have time to litigate
of
all of
course
this.
we don't, because then you're going to lose.
I do.
I don't know if it's DEI. I guess in a way it is DEI. She's a lesbian.
Like, I can't believe you're trying to suggest, that slavery
just to
is
be
a good
clear,
thing.
you brought up race.
No,
this was a conversation about the arts, and you brought up race.
It isn't.
You brought up.
But the whole
hold
point
on,
of
hold
this
on,
is
Jillian.
that the issue
You brought up slavery, and you brought up the question of whether. You brought up the question of whether or not slavery in the United States is about race. The answer is
no, I
yes.
Didn't. I did
Slavery
not say
in the United States
don't
is
straw man
about
my argument
race.
because that's not what I said.
So what are you
brought
talking
up
about?
Slavery, and what I was talking about is that this isn't really about that. When you make every single exhibit about white imperialism when it isn't relevant at all, that is a problem. So when you're talking about Cubans leaving Cuba and you make it about white people bad, that's not accurate.
It's extremely accurate. Okay. America, since the fucking Monroe Doctrine, has had its hand in the tiller of almost every Latin American country there is. Okay, as I said, Batista was supported. He was basically a puppet of the United States. He was a right-wing dictator. And you know what? The people through Castro overthrew him. So yes, American imperialism literally brought Castro into power. And if she ever picked up a fucking high school history book, at least back when I was in school, we studied a little bit about Cuba, or at least the Western Hemisphere. This woman really is not up to the task. She's getting all in her feelings over something she really doesn't know about. That's what I can't understand about these MAGA folks. They get all in their feelings and really don't know the history.
Okay.
That's my point.
All right, we're going to move on from that.
So that's probably is the kind of like the highlight. I don't know that you really need to go much farther than that. But, you know, my larger point is that people like Jillian Michaels they really need to I wonder if I can find this episode. Let me see if I can find that episode of her story. That way I don't have to comment over Tommy's comment. Let's see here. Her story. And I'll just let this play while I look for a cleaner copy.
Choose whatever they like, but they're actually right wing. Okay. Like if you look at Anna, she's actually right wing. I mean, it's like homelessness, civil rights, and policing. Okay. That's where you find out. Okay. Compassion for those with less than you, policing and how you take policing in the judicial system, and civil rights. That's it. That's the left and right. Okay. You know what I mean? And so what they do though is somebody pointed this out to me. This isn't my original idea, but I thought it was really accurate, where somebody pointed out that what these women are doing with PBD, okay, is because they used to be left, guys. I don't know about Amy Dangerfield, but Lindy Lee was a Democrat. Jillian Michaels was a Democrat until she got rich. Anna Kasparian was a Democrat. They were all left who now are like, the right is good. So what I believe they're doing, guys, is they are moving the Overton window for what leftism is. So what they're doing is they're here to be right wingers that say they're left, to make all the people on the left look like extremists.
Okay, I found let me go over to this. I found a 20-minute clip of Jillian going over her time on Newsnight. So let's see what she has to say here.
Can you pull up the opening of my clip with Abby Phillips? And I want to set it up as follows. Notice that I don't bring up slavery. They do. Notice.
Okay, and by the way, I didn't realize this, but Her Take is the name of the show, not Her Story. It's Her Take. And apparently it's some sort of PBD sponsored show. So he's kind of like, I don't know, maybe an executive producer, or they're using his facilities or something.
Notice that all the things I'm citing, actually, only one thing I brought up was Benjamin Franklin that even references slaves. So when this woman says we're whitewashing slavery, I said that's not what he's attempting to do, with the intention of showing things that have nothing to do
Jillian
with
Michaels
slavery.
would be more
Then it
interested in
becomes a
your wife,
conversation
Deacon
about
Dave.
slavery, in which case I then turn around and say, you know, hey, not all white people are the devil. Only 2% of all white Americans
No,
own slaves. And yes,
you're
I
wrong
appreciate
about that,
it
Free
was
Zone
like
Lou.
25% in the South. But
The,
that's because
MAGA
other states
is a
in the
bunch of
country
old
have
lefties.
banned it as being
Nah,
morally reprehensible.
MAGA
So
is
take a look at this real quick.
here.
We're going to set this
Let
whole
me
thing
help
up. And
you
then I'm
out
going to
with. Let me help you out with a little lesson here. MAGA is literally. Now there are some people who voted for Bernie, but Bernie isn't an old style lefty. Bernie is basically a socialist. And there are there are a few Bernie people that are part of MAGA, but MAGA is basically supposedly a populist movement, but it's really a bunch of Joe the Plumbers who basically were too naive, or whatever the word is. They let all these oligarchs, these oligarchs put on a flannel shirt and a pair of jeans and called themselves, hey, I identify with the common man. That's what it is. They're not old style lefties. Old style lefties would be basically liberals. Somebody, believe this or not, more in the vein of a Barack Obama, to be honest. So you get that part really wrong. Right-wing populism is not new in history either. Right-wing populism has pretty much been around since the beginning of the country. You could call something like a Shays Rebellion or a Whiskey Rebellion. You could literally say that was more or less populist, and you might even get away with saying they were right-wing populists, but it didn't really exist that way back in the early 18th century. Let's see, what else? Post-rapture, don't even know what that means.
I'm going to pass to you, and you can let it rip. Have at it. On me, on the situation, whatever you think.
He's gone into the Smithsonian, and he's effectively now has some random person deciding what is appropriate for the Smithsonian to teach in terms of American history, things that don't offend parts of the MAGA base, right? So we're now literally reviewing parts of American history and parts of American culture to make sure it comports with dear leader and what the MAGA
Can we address
wants.
some of those things that are in there? Because have you looked?
What is it? What is the name? What is the name for people who don't know shit, but they think they do? Damn it. There's a famous term for it, and I can't think of the name of it. It's not the Overton window. It's some other thing, but Jillian Roberts literally doesn't know anything, and it's so obvious. She might know how to cut carbs or how to do jumping jacks or flatten a belly or two, but she literally has no clue what she's talking about. And MAGA is famous for this, to be honest. They are a bunch of know-nothings, and sometimes I can't figure out whether they actually don't know shit or whether they know shit and just think no one else knows shit.
You looked at some of the things that are being
slavery.
reviewed?
Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
Like,
He's
me
not
for saying
whitewashing slavery. So
he's not?
He's not. No.
Okay.
He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much.
Yes. In American. See, this is what this fucking idiot does not understand. Okay, the Smithsonian is American history. And see, what she wants to do, now we are literally talking about American culture here in the Smithsonian. It does not deal with world culture by and large. Now she wants to talk about everybody had slavery when we're talking about slavery in an American context. Somebody should have shot her down right here and just like, look, unless you can talk about American history, Dunning-Kruger effect, that's what it is. Jillian Michaels is the poster child for the Dunning-Kruger effect. And then she doesn't know that the Smithsonian is stuff that happens in an American context. It doesn't care about British imperialism, except that British imperialism kind of birthed American imperialism. And things like Manifest Destiny. Manifest Destiny is literally an earthier name for imperialism. Why doesn't she know this?
pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you look
anti-slavery,
let's talk about the fact that you get into all these other
Slavery in
things.
America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans own slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know who?
All of this stuff is totally irrelevant. 2% of Americans owning slaves means there were slaves. And what's worse, 2% of Americans owned 4 million slaves. That's a lot of slaves for such a small percentage of the population. And if you want to regionalize it, by the way, it's a much higher percentage. Maybe I think I saw the number 4% if you just isolated the South. But the other larger point is that everybody benefited from slavery except the slaves. Everybody benefited from the wealth that slavery created. There are still companies that exist today, like Aetna is the first example. New York Life is another one. These insurance companies made a ton of money off of slavery. You could mortgage slaves. You could use slaves for collateral. This is stuff that Jillian Michaels obviously doesn't know. Everybody benefited from it. Slavery generated jobs for poor whites. You know, if you were a white overseer, I'm thinking of a character that was an overseer of Frederick Douglass, Mr. Covey. There were jobs generated by slavery for poor whites. She is just really stupid. You know, what she needs to do is go back to the gym. It's morning and we slept the night away. What's up, Speak? What's up, Roz?
In America, the first race to try to end slavery.
Okay,
well,
it was
it's controversial. So if
Very
it came about
surprising.
slavery, then she accuses me of bringing it up, which I didn't bring it up. And then I was like, "You're
Okay,
short-ending
who
my
cares who
argument.
brought it up
I never
now?
actually brought this up. You brought it up, and then you're making the same case that white oppression, white is bad, when this whole thing was actually not about slavery."
In that 50-page document that
Okay, if you're talking American imperialism, you could sneak some slavery in there. Damn, what happened to Anna Kasparian? God damn. She's looking harsh.
the administration sent you in regard to what they have issues
There's maybe
with.
one reference to slaves, and that's
Okay,
Benjamin Franklin.
but the other stuff is like
all the stuff I showed you.
Okay, got it. Okay.
All literally all.
So
the
why
stuff-
does she
trans
think
stuff, like gender identity stuff, gay flag first in the door, eliminating Castro, the white culture card. This is, and that's why I was saying that's not what he's trying to do. And I was trying to show all of these different things that had nothing to do with slavery. But then when I got pulled into that conversation, I was so goddamn sick of hearing how all whitey, like, oh my God. I'm like, not all of us.
You're the only one talking about Whitey bad. What the fuck is... See, not only is she stupid, she's also disingenuous. That's not what happened.
Jillian,
the vast majority of us don't suck, and they didn't suck then. Yes, we did horrible things. White people did horrible things. We're not the only people to do horrible things, but we did it. At the same time, one would hope that you would take inspiration away from the fact that there were also good guys who were white fighting against it, making it illegal.
Okay, you know what? Just the facts, ma'am. Okay, see, concentrating on just the good is as bad as people who concentrate on the bad. If it's all slavery all the time, yeah, that's a problem. But it's, there were good guys. Here's one thing that I have a problem with people like Jillian Michaels. They want to insist that America was one of the first countries to get rid of slavery. Well, I believe what they're trying to say is probably what they should say is in America, because at the federal level, slavery didn't end until after the Civil War. Now, there were some individual states like Vermont, for instance. I'm not even sure if Vermont had slavery. It was like pretty much gone at the very beginning. So the northern states like Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, those were really the first states, if I recall, to get rid of slavery. But I also argue that slavery was not very useful as far as agriculture went up in those New England states. I surmise, and I could never prove it, it's kind of a counterfactual, but if slavery had been more useful agriculturally, it would have stayed. And then you've got places like Rhode Island and Connecticut that basically people got rich off of the slave trade. So while they didn't have slavery, there were people who made huge amounts of money in the shipping business of shipping slaves and other types of stuff. So the whole country benefited from slavery, especially once cotton, the cotton gin was invented. So this argument, well, the argument that America was one of the first to get rid of slavery, that's untrue. Maybe individual states, but not America at a federal level. So they get that part wrong.
Goal banning it in their states and willing to die for it. So now go hit me where I'm missing this, please.
You keep acting like I'm going to hit you. I'm not going to hit you.
You know
Even
what
if
it
I
is?
disagree, I'm not
feel
going to
like
hit you.
I want to know.
Yeah.
Where am I getting this wrong?
Who is that freak?
So let me talk about what I think is underneath this whole discussion.
Please.
We actually have to go back to almost the origins of American slavery, right? Because basically, if you this is obviously super simplifying it, but what happened was Europeans who were white came to West Africa.
Right.
They saw West Africans. They said, okay, these people are less advanced, and this must be fundamental to what they are. They're just a different class of humans.
No,
right?
you're
and they're
simplifying
inherently
it.
worse.
You are literally simplifying it to a point to where you're whitewashing it. The first thing they were looking for down there was gold.
In all sorts of ways. That was the European mindset.
Got it.
Right? Now, fast forward hundreds of years later, I think what's happening is actually kind of a reversal, where now there's people who are saying, oh, white people are inherently worse in some way.
That's
but
true.
instead of it being technologically worse or civilizationally worse, it's morally
worse.
So what happened?
Well, I'm afraid while it might be a hyperbolic argument, they're not without some sort of grounding in that sort of rhetoric. Look at Jillian Michaels. She literally is a problem, and she's really not even that good a spokesman for MAGA. She literally doesn't know what she's talking about when it comes to American history, and she is a bad spokeswoman for MAGA. And then, you know what? He's never met Be Brave. He might be singing a different tune if you ever listen to the Be Brave and Think show.
Happens is anytime we have these discussions, because we're talking about race, we're actually focusing on the wrong thing when we need to be focused on the software, not the hardware. There's nothing about being inherently white or inherently black that makes someone inherently morally superior or inferior. But every time we talk about oppression and hostility and hatred, we racialize it.
Okay, hey, soft boy, there are people who literally think that inherent worth is based on skin color when they start talking IQ and race science. See, he doesn't have the depth or maybe the presence of mind to understand that his argument isn't that sophisticated an argument. white people like Jillian Michaels get offended if they think that, oh, hey, you're saying I'm morally corrupt just, based on my skin color. But if you went to Jillian Michaels and said, oh, hey, white people just tend to have higher IQs, she would love that. And then she would start bringing up statistics and stuff like that. Well, my personal opinion is that America is a really mixed race country. Most African Americans, you could make the argument that they're mixed race. So they're really, that racial argument and IQ doesn't really work with people from America who have African heritage with deep roots in America. They're mixed race. I mean, CT for nefarious reasons wants to point it out, but he is right. So what is black? Black in America is different than black in Africa or black in some other parts of the diaspora. These arguments, these IQ arguments, really are just kindergarten level. This IQ science stuff, kindergarten level. It literally doesn't go any deeper than skin deep.
Is it inherently?
Yeah,
And
you're right.
It's race essentialism. So we say, oh, all white people. Well, what about Slavic people? Like Slavic, the word literally comes from slave. So Slavic people, like in Eastern Europe, they were enslaved by the Ottoman Empire.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So
Oh my God, I love you so much.
Okay. Absolutely stupid argument. And look at Anna Kasparian, like literally the veins are popping in her neck. She's so excited. What do the Slavs and the Ottoman Empire have to do with American history? Nothing.
Much.
Yeah, so the slavery all throughout history, but what happens is in America, we become so hyper fixated on what happened in America, which is important.
Oh, you know what hyperfixated on America is? It's called the Smithsonian Institution, son.
And of course we should mention slavery, and you never denied that.
No,
but I think the point that you were trying to make, and is difficult in that environment, is there's a much broader context here.
Yes.
And the evils of slavery are not particular to melanin.
I literally said that. I'm like, you cannot paint only one race with
this. So
yes, you can. In America, you can. You just go with the tyranny of the majority. The overwhelming number of people who owned slaves in American history were racialized white. Sure, there were black slave owners. Sure, there were slave owners who were Hispanic or Native American, but the overwhelming, not even the vast, the overwhelming majority, especially in that 2% class. If 2% of white people owned slaves, I guarantee you that 2% didn't have any blacks or Native Americans and maybe very few Hispanics in that number. These people don't know how to think. They don't know how to think critically. And this is literally, somebody needs to just tell Jillian to shut the fuck up. She's doing more harm than good even to MAGA. I feel sorry for MAGA having to have her as any sort of spokesperson.
And not all white people
exactly
perpetuated this.
Okay,
Exactly.
Jillian,
So just to
hold on,
finish
hold
here.
on.
So in the analysis of American history, of course, we need to acknowledge that
100%.
yes, there was a racialized institution of slavery, and in that racialized institution of slavery, white people were placed at the top of the hierarchy, and black people were placed at the bottom. That doesn't mean that current white people identify with that mindset, because it was a culture, it was a software that was adopted, and it happened to be adopted by these people. But all throughout human history, people have been justifying slavery through different methodologies. This is just the American way that we did it. We should be aware of it so we don't repeat it.
Yes.
But we shouldn't be so fixated on
he literally just destroyed Jillian Michaels' argument. White people at the top, black people at the bottom, and then he talks about culture, the software. he literally just took her argument and trashed it. And if it were me, I would emphasize that. These people are really weak.
That we conflate.
Oh, and by the way, the software hasn't been rewritten. It has literally just had bug fixes applied to it. It's still hiccups. We'll probably need to just replace it with another type of software. Just either, rewrite a software package to cut it over to. We're still operating on the same software from 1787, or let's just say 1789. I wish he would address that. The software hasn't changed. Updates don't necessarily fix fundamental flaws.
Someone's color of their skin with their ideology.
Can I just want to follow up on one thing he said before we lose the thread. What you just said about the persecution of Slavic individuals by the Ottoman Empire, that like really spoke to me and resonated because my parents came here in the late 1970s.
Apparently you didn't hear me the first time. Okay, old style lefties did not go to MAGA. They voted for Biden. I don't know where you're getting this old style lefties. Maybe you should define what an old style lefty is. Maybe we're talking past each other. There is nothing leftist about MAGA. Now there is horseshoe theory. They're on the farther reaches of the left, and MAGA, there's some things that they will agree on, but old school lefties, like a Kennedy type lefty, they're not fucking voting for MAGA. And by the way, if you want to bring up RFK Jr. as an example, his own family has practically disowned him. He's not an old style lefty.
70s and early 1980s, they were refugees because of the fact that they were under, Soviet rule in Armenia. So they were oppressed under Soviet rule. But prior to that, the Armenian people suffered a genocide and persecution by the Ottoman Empire. And so the history.
None of this has anything to do with what Jillian was talking last night. But I guess maybe you guys have changed the topic.
Of my background, my ancestors was one of persecution, slaughter, just terrible.
See, Anna is doing what I complain a lot about as far as people in general, but I seem to notice it more with MAGA types. They want to put themselves into the middle of kind of abstract points. Now, Jillian wasn't talking. She was talking about the Smithsonian. They were talking about American history. And all of a sudden, Anna wants to put her background into something that is a particularly American story. Okay, what do the Ottomans abusing the Armenians have to do with American history? I mean, maybe you could connect the dots, but not easily.
Treatment. So when this is when all of that gets erased, and the only thing that matters is literally the color of my skin, and I get lumped in with like the Europeans who brought slavery here to the United States. It's I just find it deeply offensive, and what it does is it creates this environment of it breeds more racism.
Jillian, I have to.
No, it doesn't.
I just want to say.
Okay, once again, Anna being the surface level, like whatever the fuck she is no scholar. It does not breed more racism. It is because of racism. It's a symptom of American racism. And they're racist. There's almost no way you can grow up in American culture and not be some degree of racist. That's even the best of us are going to have racist notions, and really the only way to combat racist attitudes or racism is to be aware that racism is real, and you have to constantly check yourself sometimes. A lot of self-reflection, and MAGA, at least the people that I've met in these YouTube streets, they don't, the gift of self-reflection is not something God gave them.
I was trying to tell you this yesterday. I was infuriated by the way that they treated you. What you essentially did was seek to knock down one of the core tenets of their existence, and that is minority victimhood. The fact that they cannot take any responsibility, and you're taking away one of their categorical imperatives, their racial grievance. They rely on that in order to not have to look at themselves and take any sort of responsibility for their own problems. That's what I firmly believe.
I want to show.
Oh, see, it literally, she is an Asian Be Brave, an Asian female Be Brave. Okay, and see, I would ask her, well, can you give me some of the problems that you think Black people need to handle? I guarantee you she's going to talk about crime rates, and I would have her there. I would trash her or roast her. She's just basically dog whistling here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lindy. Were you done with that thought?
Yeah.
You
Asian woman is a potato head, Brian Nichols.
And it really spoke to me because
She's a potato head.
Cycle. Can
Her
we
only
play the end
advantage
of
is
this
she's
video, and
better
then I want to
looking
talk
than
about
Be
this for a
Brave.
minute.
Yeah. It turns every problem into white supremacy while defending Black degeneracy. And when the pendulum swings back, white people react with hostility. And then they defend white degeneracy. The only way out of this is to stop making morality about the color of people.
So now
Because
we had already invited Kaizen to the show. This video came after that. I remember watching it, and it spoke to me because what is alarming to me about this is twofold. Number one, I have a Black daughter. And I'm sorry for all the people that spammed the shit out of my Instagram who said to me, I hope your daughter's ashamed of you. You know what I hope more than anything is that my Black daughter doesn't fear all white people, including the ones in her family. So fuck you. Now, on top
Oh
of
my
that,
God.
I have a white son
Wait,
who has
hold it.
white friends.
This is literally embarrassing. I hope her daughter doesn't watch this when she grows up. This is so much motherfucking, this is what virtue signaling on the far right looks like. This is so much, this is embarrassing. Only I don't know who could really appreciate this, but I see Deacon Dave does, so I'm just gonna go ahead. Andrew Jackson, horrible racist. William Jennings Bryan, Dixiecrats, a lot of horrible. No, they were not lefties. Andrew Jackson was not a lefty. And it's kind of hard to apply that left-right thing to historical figures, but the Dixiecrats definitely weren't leftists. You're confusing Democrat with left. The Dixiecrats were right. Right and left doesn't always align with Republican and Democrat, Lou. That's why people switch parties.
Amen.
That are feeling marginalized by this. And my deep alarm is that it will breed a new generation of racists. And he is not, of course, but my point is, this is why young boys are finding their way over to the Andrew Tates of the world. In our house, it's Joe Rogan and Sean Ryan. I'm quite happy with that. But my point is that it's everything that you talk about. And that is my deepest concern, is that when you continue to push this narrative, you are creating a new generation of racists, and you are stoking the fires of racial division.
Yes, and someone needs to have the courage to say it ends here. Because what has happened here is, look, Black people in America were brought here in chains. Everyone understands that, and nothing will ever erase that. That was horrible. It was evil. And what I see now happening is the resentment that naturally comes from that event is just being transferred between racial groups. So I put a picture up of the Carmelo Anthony, Austin
What a fucking moron this guy is. He's Harvard trained. He's a philosophy major. You know what? Yeah, he kind of sounds like questions to ponder. Right wing philosophy. Yeah, that's not always a good mix.
Austin Metcalf incident. So for people who are not familiar, you know, there was a white teenager, black teenager. White teenager confronted the black teenager because he was in the wrong place at a sporting event. Black teenager overreacted. He overreacted. He stabbed the white teenager, killed him. And then a lot of people, white people included, but especially black people, started donating to the black teenager, saying he was just defending himself.
Right?
No, more than, I think it's like 750 or
really?
yeah, it's like
they bought a
500,
huge house. I remember.
Yeah. So why did people do that? Well, people were justifying it by saying, oh, well, he was provoked and he was trying to defend himself. When it's like, in actuality, if the races had been reversed, you would not be donating to him.
No.
Right?
Yeah,
because you would realize this is just a person taking another person's life.
Justifiably so.
So what happened was they raised all this money, and then a few weeks later, this whole Shiloh Hendricks event happened where a white woman was at a park. A little black kid allegedly went through her bag trying to steal some stuff, or I don't know what happened. She calls a little kid the N-word. Okay, so should that kid have been in her bag? Absolutely not. Is calling a little kid the N-word a proportionate response to what's going on?
No.
Absolutely not. Now, I'm not equating what Shiloh Hendricks did with what Carmelo did, because one person killed a person, another person called someone a horrible name. But the point is, we keep justifying disproportionate responses. And what happened was a bunch of resentful white people started donating a lot of money to Shiloh Hendricks. Like, why are they doing that? Because they feel like they're being discriminated against. So it's an equal and opposite response. So eventually someone needs to say, look, we need to stop fighting fire with fire. We need to throw water on all of this racial grievance stuff, because it's not benefiting anyone. Because as I said before, hatred hurts both the hater and the hated. At the end of the day, it always comes back. And instead of people justifying disproportionate responses and defensiveness and more hostility, recognize you're only hurting yourself. You're only hurting yourself.
Well, this guy's only pissing in the wind. Essentially what he's saying is y'all need to stop being Americans.
I had one more example. Did you guys hear about the incident in, I believe it was actually Springfield, Ohio, where a kid was killed on a bus due to a car crash from an illegal immigrant, I believe a Haitian immigrant. And then when the father of that child did a press conference, he literally said these words: "I wish it was a white person who killed my son."
Wow.
And that just shows the level of like pressure that people feel to virtue signal, that in a time of grieving, of losing your son, you're afraid of being looked at in a bad way from the public.
I just think that the
really
only
sad.
way that this country is going to have a future is if we actually start respecting each other and have a shared identity as Americans. Respect each other because of the fact that we're all Americans and we should look out for each other. But we don't have that shared identity at all. And that's what I think is going to eventually destroy this country entirely, you know?
If I may, do you know, and this is not a quiz to make you look bad, but I'm curious if you know when the last time we had like a presidential approval rating of like 80% or more.
Was it 9/11?
9/11.
Yeah, 9/11.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
Why?
that's right. We all came together. We all came together as Americans.
I voted for Obama, but I thought it was a huge problem.
I think it was probably pretty high at that point.
I was pretty happy about that.
But why was it Bush? Well, I think now people consider Bush a terrible president.
Yes.
But at the time, we had a shared enemy.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not saying that we need a shared enemy. Well, I think we should have a shared enemy, and I think it's like cultural degeneration and hatred. That should be our enemy, not a people. But in the absence of a shared mission or shared purpose, we make each other the enemy. And that's what's happening. Is like, so we talk about like, why are all these like white liberal protesters marching in Black Lives Matters movements and all of this? It's because they lack a purpose that's bigger than race. They lack a purpose that's bigger than race. And in the absence of people, I think a lot of it is honestly just economic. When people feel like they don't have any economic opportunity, they give up and they feel depressed, and they're just looking for something to make them feel important and useful in their life. So I think that's underneath a lot of this. But yeah, we need something that causes us to look up rather than down at each other.
I feel like it's already.
You know, I swear this guy belongs on a show called Her Take. He's giving us her take.
kind of happening like a little bit. And you're right. The common enemy,
like
a little bit though. Anna and I were
so-
talking about this before we came on.
so
Our common
backwards.
enemy should be the overlords and the deep state that have intentionally created a cultural system where these narratives are sowed because it
What kind of fucking moron is she? The deep state.
creates division. And when we are divided, when we are disenfranchised, when we're sad, we are easier to control. They are the enemy. I'm not going to lie. I've been feeling incredibly black-pilled this year. However, what I have started to notice is that people across the political aisle, people on the left, right, center, anarchists, everyone, they're coming together
Wrong,
to agree on
Lou.
some core
Sorry.
issues. For example,
You're
foreign
getting the
interests
history
owning our
wrong.
politicians, things of
What?
this nature.
Maybe
This
you're
is
not
what we should
talking
all
about
be
American
rallying
history.
behind
My
because
bad.
these are the ones who are creating the cultural rot in the first place. We need to focus on the actual cause and not slap a freaking band-aid on it, guys.
And I think it's like incumbent upon us to have the kinds of conversations that we have on this show, where you have people from different perspectives, maybe even different political ideologies all together, just being able to respect each other even while they disagree, because at the end of the day, we are Americans, right? We love the country, we respect each other, and we have a shared identity in which, you know, basically propels us to want to find solutions to our problems rather than fight each other constantly. You know?
Jillian, I want to go back to your CNN appearance and also just the exhibits that you brought up. I thought it was the ones that you picked out were really salient.
I didn't pick them. This is what was
the ones that
literally
you
sent to me.
Picked to discuss. I mean, the ones that you
list was too
highlighted.
long, but they're all similar.
Yes.
I couldn't get through the
You
PDF.
know what that was reminiscent of? And I am a betting woman, I'm an investor, but like I would bet money that era of rewriting everything in the Smithsonian started with the Obama presidency and extended through the Biden era. This was giving the Obama apology tour when he went around the world and apologized essentially for being American. He went to like foreign heads of state and basically made excuses for foreign policy, made excuses for our way of life.
His foreign policy was garbage. Like he
was apologizing for like centuries of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's kind of why I like Trump's swagger. He's not apologizing on the global stage. I don't think America should apologize to the world. Yes, we have problems here at home, but it stops at the water's edge. We need to present a united front. That is at least my point of view for how foreign policy should be conducted.
I don't know. I don't know if right now is the time to make that argument.
I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about Obama. This is 20 years ago.
Yeah, but you know, we've had a history of like regime changes, destabilizing countries.
I think I think
it's okay to learn from those mistakes in the past. No,
I'm a very strong gung ho American. I really think if we're going to fix our foreign policy, those are discussions we should have at home. But when we are going into, for example, a foreign palace or like the French capital, we should not be like bowing our heads in shame. We should be proud of being American. Number two, also, this reminds me of the comment that Michelle Obama made. She's like, I can finally be proud of my country. I thought that was a shameful comment. This is despite our.
You know, I expect this from a dragon lady with too much makeup and whose eyes are too close together. I shouldn't expect that.
Flaws. We are the greatest nation on earth. The fact that we can be here today and talk about this without fear or favor is such a tremendous privilege. If we were somewhere in Asia right now, in China, for instance, we would be arrested right now, right this very moment. We are not allowed to criticize. People there are not allowed to say a word.
I know, and that's a bad thing.
That's a terrible thing.
So
that's what I'm saying. In America, she said, "I'm finally proud of being American." I'm saying that's an awful thing to say because it's such a privilege to have the freedom of speech that we have. We should always be proud of our country. And in that pride, we are allowed to make these criticisms.
My only comment is that if you went to this young lady here and talked about January 6th, first thing she would ask you, I bet, is that why are you dwelling on the past? But yet, if she goes and dwells on something that happened 20 years ago, that's okay. Now, this is just kind of a thought experiment. Who knows what would actually happen? But she just strikes me as the type. People like her like to cherry pick their history.
I agree.
Can I respectfully disagree with something that was said?
Of course.
Sure. So, Amy, you mentioned before that you think the real enemy is the elites and the systems that these elites control. And I think it's human nature for all of
Well,
us to
I hate
want
to tell you this,
an enemy
folks,
that's embodied in human
but Trump
form.
and
Right? So
Elon,
we've been
they're
talking about
elite.
how we do it to people who look a different color. You know, you go to Africa and it's like you do it to people from a different tribe, even though they're the same color. It's like no matter what the group is, we find a way to subdivide the group. And I actually think hostility toward elites is just part of that. Because it's easy for people to say, oh, well, these people control everything and they're the ones keeping the rest of us down. But I think the scarier realization might be no one's controlling everything and the enemy is us. The enemy is our own.
I gotta admit,
I think I know who's.
I think it's BlackRock.
I think it's Bart. I think it's Bart.
The enemy is our own egos. Because I don't know about you guys, I've been screwed over by people who are poor and middle class too. And I know if I gave them more money, they would screw me over on a higher level. I also know very decent people who are poor and middle class, and if I gave them more money, I know that their character would shine through. So it's easy for us to say, oh, it's rich people, but I actually think, this idea of aristocracy, right? The word aristocracy comes from
excellence. I study Greek.
Excellence. There you go. Excellence and the best, right? So there used to be sort of this social contract that there were people who are more equipped, more intelligent, more drive, more beauty, more charisma. And that was okay. But the idea was that those people would serve the rest because they're endowed with gifts that the masses are not. So the idea is when you get to the top, you serve the bottom. But that contract,
much is given, much is
required.
Yeah.
But we've lost that.
Yep.
So yes, are there elites who for sure are manipulative and have outsized influence that's negative? Sure, but there's also lots of wealthy people who are good people and trying to do good things.
And I am in no way, can I just correct the position really quick?
Sure.
I in no way was trying to completely disenfranchise everyday people from being able to take accountability in whatever form, whether that be individually, within their community, within their family, whatever. But there are two things that are converging together at once. We cannot deny the fact that now, maybe not in America, but in the UK, there are literally hate speech laws in which someone can be thrown in jail for saying something. That was imposed by a government. And there are people who have a specific agenda in creating that. It creates more division. This whole thing that we've been talking about the whole time, their attempts at remedying things make the issues worse. And I think they know that. Like DEI, for example. DEI is a real example here in the United States of America.
So one thing that I'll add to it is I hear what you're saying, and I think, personal responsibility is important. But just, I guess, to get to your point and kind of flesh it out a little more, there is a problem with crony capitalism in America, right? Like BlackRock. Exactly. And so when it's becoming rigged. Look, I'm successful in my career, right? And I'm not poor, I'm pretty affluent, I'm not rich either. I can't afford to buy a home with a yard, right? And so when opportunities like that are ripped away from Americans, I think that also breeds the kind of unrest that we're seeing in the country. And no amount of personal responsibility is going to help. And I would know there's a lot of personal responsibility in my life.
Yeah. That's not what I'm saying, though. I'm not saying the personal responsibility of just work harder or be more resourceful. I'm saying personal responsibility for the human condition itself, right? Because what I'm saying is I see what you're saying. We're going to bring in Jesus, but he said, why do you criticize a speck in someone else's eye when you don't see the log in yours?
Yes.
Right. So we're so easy to say, oh, well, this person's doing this. And when it's like that person is just a reflection of the human condition. And I'm not saying that that person might not have more power to oppress a poor person than the poor person has over them. Obviously, they have more power. Right. But what I'm saying is the person is not uniquely evil. We all have a capacity for good and evil.
I agree with that.
And to even the point about slavery, I think that's a lot of what's going on here. It's like we don't have the humility to recognize, wait, these demons and angels exist in all of us.
Absolutely.
Right. So I'm not saying we shouldn't hold elites. That's your point. Yeah. So I'm not going to hit you. I think you're correct, but we don't want to say that because that's the ultimate responsibility. It's almost like a spiritual responsibility. It's like, wow, maybe if, and this we're going to get controversial. It's like, imagine if Europeans had been black and Africans had been white. Do we think that those Europeans would have come over and said, oh, we're not going to enslave you because they're morally superior? No, it was an economic system.
There were incidents of
it's literally called a mercantile system.
In North Africa, the Barbary slave trade, there were black Africans and Arab Africans who did enslave white people. So there's not something unique here.
Board, like race to race,
all over the world.
And there's imperialism through every ethnicity.
Yeah.
The Asians.
I mean, have you heard of the century of humiliation? That happened in China.
happened, not.
Yes, the War of Opium, the Opium War.
I don't know anything about
So Great Britain essentially invaded China. Did you hear about this? Like
No.
150 years ago.
Uh-oh. Thank you so much for watching Her Take. If you like the show, can you help us out by subscribing to the channel?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to subscribe. It was exhausting watching that shit. And I don't ever watch PBD either because I find it exhausting to watch. So let's see. We are at 4 hours and 30 minutes. Attendance has been real light. I guess everybody's over watching John. So, well, I don't care about Japanese imperialism. Why would I care? So let's see if there's anything else. Because I think I'm actually going to wrap this up. Man, what is it with Be Brave and John going after individuals? Real low class. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised at that sort of thing. Glad I'm not a part of it anymore. You know what? Let's play this. I'll play this on the way out because it's sure to piss some folks off. And I want to leave everybody pissed off. This video is called Church Boys Are Trad Wife Oppressed. Let's see. Did I get the right one? Wait, let me make sure I got the right video here. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, well, the original on the screen title, the thumbnail title is MAGA Men Want Moms with Benefits. So I don't think all MAGA men are churchmen or church boys.
Women,
but it's got such a compelling title.
Women are the next minority to have their rights stripped from them. And if you don't believe that, then you're as naive as the people that voted for the Tangerine Twat.
Kid and play. That's actually pretty funny.
Hegseth literally came out.
I might have to
agreed with
reserve
Christian
that for a show
nationalists
title.
That women should be subservient, should be able to stay at home and allow the man to do everything, which is a key element. Because if you look at Roe versus Wade, that happened. They took that from you.
Let me make a quick comment here. I actually wasn't trolling. Well, yeah, I kind of was trolling, but Lou, I actually think that is a little bit more of a truism than even I, am happy to admit. I don't think you can grow up in American culture, born in, I'm not talking about immigrating or anything like that. I don't think you can go from zero to the grave in American culture in 2025 or in the past and not be a racist. The cure for it, and I think Americans, and that means all Americans that are born in the culture, especially like legacy Americans, people with deep roots in American history. What's up, Yeti Life? I think we're congenitally racist, and that includes me. That pretty much includes all Americans. And the only way, I don't think you can be cured of the disease. I do think it can be treated. There are treatments to kind of keep the racist attitudes in remission. And that is basically self-reflection. And I'm going to sound all new age here, but if you are not, doing things to improve yourself, if you're not self-reflecting, if you don't think before you speak, that's how these racist attitudes and racism gets propagated. American culture is congenitally, I'm having trouble saying the word, racist. Growing up here, basically, is, kind of gives you a congenital condition, and the curative is basically, to be aware and try not to be. So you may or may not agree with it, but I'm not sure I could be argued out of that opinion.
Do you think women's rights were all given to them in one fell swoop? Do you think that women's rights are going to be stripped
No,
from them?
actually,
in
I'm not a
one big
racist at
move?
all. And
No,
this
it's
is
gonna
the
be
other thing. Pointing out that someone's a racist, pointing out that, hey, this is a racist point, does not make you a racist. It means you're pointing out someone doing it. This weird notion that if I call Be Brave like a trailer trash, or or white mediocrity, because I talk a lot about white mediocrity. A lot of people like Donald Trump fail up. They get rewarded for second-rate intellect. They get rewarded for being trustafarians. People think Donald Trump was some sort of genius. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. So if he didn't become president of the United States, or some great man, that would have been a huge problem. But failing up is what Americans and white males have done since the American inception. If you were rich, you were going to get ahead, no matter what. And I don't care if it hurts some people's feelings. I think I could probably argue the point and give you good examples.
piece by piece, just like our democracy. We have lost so many of our rights. Women are going to lose their rights just as much
And
as
by
every
the
other
way,
minority.
I also argue that if people like Thomas Jefferson or George Washington, had they not had slaves, if they had had to till their own fields and mend their own socks and cook their own food and clean their own houses, I think we would have a lot fewer great men to talk about in the history books. It's hard to be great when you're hoeing that row of turnips.
And I know there are going to be women that are saying, we're not a minority, we're equal, or there's more women than men. Are you really a minority because you don't have as much control as the man does? You don't have as much influence. And if you had equal say, then Roe versus Wade wouldn't have been overturned. Am I wrong? I would like to be.
Women have lost some rights in recent years that we never thought we'd lose, and we are under threat to lose even more rights. The push is on to shove us back home, back into the kitchen, keep us all barefoot, subservient, and pregnant, while men call it tradition. You hear guys like Matt Walsh say, men wanting to breed with younger women has always been a thing. And you might think gross, but you might also think, isn't that actually how it's always been? Exactly. It's been that way because men have written all of the rules, and a lot of them are creeps. That's everything that I've been shouting on this channel. Whether the headline is Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, Mormon prophets with 14-year-old polygamist brides, or P. Diddy, they're all just variations on a theme. Different costumes, same script. We live in a system built by men, for men, that benefits men. And the church boys who hide behind pulpits and purity rings, they are the worst offenders. They are dressing fetish up as faith. This is the pipeline. Pervy control freak to Christian wifey. I call it domestic erotica and the moms with benefits fetish. By the way, two phrases that I personally made up myself that I've never heard anyone else say before. So if you hear that elsewhere, that came from me. This pipeline is old men fetishizing young, obedient women. Old men fetishizing young, obedient women is not holiness. It's a kink with a Bible verse. Today, I'm mapping how this pipeline grooms girls to serve a fantasy, how it trapped me as a young housewife, and why it leaves women broke, silenced, and disposable. If you still think a provider man will come along and save you, please stay for this video. I'm about to show you why a man is not a plan. I'm Jenny Gage, and this is Life Take Two. I want to start this video by saying that I'm not asking for money and I'm not asking for sympathy. What I'm asking for is if you are a young 14, 16, 21-year-old girl, listen up. I drove to the grocery store. I need to grab some milk and bread and a couple of things, flipped open the Bing app on my phone, and I've been sitting in my car crying ever since because I never have enough money. And why do I never have enough money? Because when I was a 19-year-old girl, I fell in love. My Mormon faith told me that I was supposed to be a stay-at-home mom. I got married. I started having babies. I dropped out of college. I never had a career. My only jobs that I ever had in life were a waitress at the Olive Garden and managing a pretzel maker in a mall. Security was dependent on that man being in love with me. I never realized that him liking me or not liking me or finding me sexy or attractive or interesting determined whether or not my children could eat. Hi, everybody. I'm Jenny, former MAGA, former church girl, former trad wifey, and I'm a survivor of the alt-right pipeline that we're going to talk about today. The clip you just saw was me 2 years ago this May, and I know I've played this clip in a couple other videos recently because this is a topic that is really important for us to dive into. In this video, I was destitute, panicked, unable to take care of myself and my kids after 24 years of submissive church girl housewifey bullshit. I showed you the punchline of this video first, what the pipeline did to me, so you'd know where we're headed. Because how does a relatively smart woman like me end up crying in my car in the Trader Joe's parking lot with kids at home I couldn't afford to feed? Well, let's talk about it. I just watched a video this morning that one of you sent to me that absolutely shook me because it hit so close. It's a woman saying out loud what most won't. Trad wife is a fetish. Dominance and submission dressed up in righteousness.
Someone needs to tell the princess trad wife, I don't talk to the waitress, staff, influencers about dom and sub relationships. Get them involved in the kink scene, introduce them to BDSM, because I'm glad people are talking about this because it's what I've always thought, that these like super conservative, traditional women, they have a thing for submission because there's just like no sexuality education if you have those views. So they think it's just like, oh, this is a woman's natural state is to be submissive because I really like this. This makes me really happy. They can't connect it. And so they just assume that all other women feel the exact same way. But it's just, I think it's like a kink thing. Like I saw this video of this woman, super traditional conservative, talking about how when you get married, your body belongs to your husband and your husband's body belongs to you. And you should not deny physical relations. And I was like, CNC, free use, consensual non-consent, that's it. And you're just like trying to tie it to the Bible, but you're into that.
Let me repeat this. Trad wife is a fetish. It's dom, sub, dressed up as faith. Yeah, that. Now, let's trace how that fetish becomes a life plan and a trap and how it's permeated our culture so absolutely. First, let's expose the pipeline. It starts with older men announcing what they think women are for. Pretty simple.
Since the beginning of time, teenage girls have been getting pregnant.
All of them were supposed to have kids. Like, that's when you had kids.
That's my point. The problem is not per se teenage pregnancy. It's unwed pregnancy. That's the problem in society. It's only problematic when you are not married and you don't have the man there.
In the past, teen pregnancy wasn't considered a problem because people got married younger.
You saw that, right? Here's the entrance to the pipeline. Take a male fantasy, declare it tradition, declare it the ideal, declare it what you were made for, a whole bunch of different labels that they've been sticking on this puppy for a long time. Then stapled God's name on the very top. That's not holiness. It's just effective branding. Here's what I call domestic erotica. And if you're interested in a little deeper dive into this, I have a Substack that I will link in the description called Domestic Erotica, where I address Nara Smith and Hannah Nealman of Ballerina Farm. Domestic erotica slash moms with benefits looks like this. Dress a dom sub kink up as biblical womanhood. Then funnel girls into it. The goal is happy, religious, control freak men. These patriarchies have to keep the men happy because otherwise all the work they do to build up the kingdom and all the sacrifices they have to make and raising these big traditional families sucks. Women are the prize, we're the bait. Do you happen to remember the Harrison Butker commencement speech where he tells women homemaker is their most important title at a commencement? Good job, you got your degree, but real happiness lies in a man. This will be the most magical thing that you ever achieve. That. And this thing is spewed from a variety of different pulpits, but it's all the same pipeline. You know all the ridiculous Bible verses that they quote about what they want women to do. It starts in Eden with be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and all of that bullshit. And the whole help me thing, like God makes Adam with his bare hands, but then Eve is just like one of Adam's ribs with legs and arms and a pussy. Sorry, grandmas. She exists for him and for babies. Wives, submit to your husband passages used as a leash. I realized, yeah, I'm supposed to submit because that's what the scriptures tell me to do because I was raised very effectively in this pipeline. Ruth from the Bible laying at Boaz's feet. They go out threshing. She sneaks in there like my black lab used to do in my master bedroom, laying at the foot of the bed, hoping I'd notice him and tell him, come here, boy, hop on up on mommy's bed. And shockingly, Ruth is held up as a blueprint. Be sweet, be strategic, be submissive, be chosen, be willing to lay at the foot of this guy's bed, hoping he just notices you. Esther, terrible example. She's just part of a royal harem. And the story is sold as a fairy tale. Like, how many girls in Bible camp are learning about what a great example she is? And she's literally a concubine in this biblical beauty pageant that would have made Epstein jealous, honestly. And then Mary, the mother of Jesus, Mary, a very young girl by all accounts, becomes pregnant by the God who she doesn't even love, and it's her dad. So that's really, my God, what a horrible example she is. These stories tell modern girls, see, youth plus submission plus purity equals God's plan. Ladies, these are texts, not blueprints. But in the pipeline, they're used as grooming scripts. Be young, be quiet, be available, be grateful. And if you're thinking, where are all the strong women in Christian mythology? They're in there too. I made a list. Deborah, she was a judge and a commander. Jael, she nails the warlord. It's a pretty cool story. Priscilla was some type of a teacher. Phoebe, she was a deacon and a benefactor. She apparently had some means of her own to help people. Lydia was an entrepreneur. The Samaritan woman was like the first evangelist, going out telling people about Jesus. Mary Magdalene, she was one badass bitch. First of all, she was Jesus's bestie. She hung with all of the apostles, and she was the very first person at the tomb to see the resurrected main character before the apostles. But you don't hear a lot of the church boys talking about these women. They don't fit the fetish, so they got footnoted. Let's jump out of ancient mythology for a minute and jump into modern American Christianity, because the modern sermons have turned this pipeline into something else. From my own religious background, in 2023, the future prophet of the Mormon Church, his name is Dallin Oaks, told young adults in a worldwide broadcast, don't delay marriage. And he was really specific. He's like, the average age of marriage is bumped up to like 26 or something. This breaks my heart. Don't delay marriage until after you've had your education. Don't delay marriage until you're able to afford a house. Don't delay marriage until you have a job and a career. Get married now and have as many babies as you possibly can. That was 2023. This is the message of this pipeline to young girls. Don't put career before kids. You are a nurturer. You are a caretaker. You were born to be this little trad wifey with your push-up bra and your cute little milkmaid dresses and your cowboy boots, making the sourdough bread. Your highest calling is wife and mother. Translation, this is this great race to dependence. Skip the degree, skip the savings, make sure you can't afford to ever leave because that's what they want. As a reminder, I was in this pipeline, and that is why I found myself homeless, sleeping in my SUV, peeing in a red Solo cup in a Walmart parking lot overnight, eating out of Catholic food bank type of situations as a result of the pipeline. It's basically a pipeline where the end of it is like hanging over a cliff, over the ocean, over sharp rocks with like sharks and sea lions just swimming around and they're waiting to grab you on the other end. Let's talk about the grooming mechanics of this pipeline because they're really important to be aware of. Number one, isolation and authority. Only trust your pastors, only trust the prophets, only trust your bishop, only trust your parents. Outside voices are worldly. I've talked a lot in other videos about how my church created a virtual compound. It was a compound without walls, and the walls were actually just in my head, and it was damn effective. I was stuck in there for 44 years. Number two is purity and modesty policing. Make girls responsible for men's thoughts. Train them to self-shrink. I was such a good self-shrinker that I had to have years of therapy to get me not to just disappear. Number three, economic dependency. This is core to almost everything else in this pipeline. Pushing early marriages and babies, blocking education and careers, and putting this all under this beautiful label that sounds so enticing. This pipeline is built on women being financial dependents from cradle to grave. Your dad takes care of you, and then you get handed off to a husband who takes care of you. Something happens to him, you just have another husband who hopefully, I guess, outlives you because otherwise you're screwed. And in this pipeline, the women don't have any other roles except for stuff inside the home. You've heard that stupid old Billy Boy song, right? Can she bake a cherry pie? Billy Boy, Billy Boy. There is no Billy Boy verse where it's like, does she have a bank account? Billy Boy, Billy Boy. Does she have a good career? Charming Billy. Billy doesn't give a damn about any of that. He wants cherry pies and pussy. That's it. Billy wants a mom with benefits. They all do. Trust me. Number four, obedience theology. Just quote, submit on Luke and redefine consent as a wifely duty. I'm not going to expand on that. I just want you to have that bouncing around in your head the rest of the day. And if you've been a church wifey, that's going to click. Number five, secrecy and shame around any missteps. All the counseling happens behind closed doors because it's such a dirty secret if a girl has veered off the path. Church discipline where you actually get in trouble for just doing things with your boyfriend. They're perfectly fine to be doing with your boyfriend. Anyone else read the Scarlet Letter? That freaked me out as a teenager. I spent a lot of my teenage years behind closed doors, all alone with a bishop, getting things off my chest, confessing to things, and just holding on so tight, trying not to become a licked cupcake. Number six, the one-size-fits-all future. Every young girl was created by God's bare hands, born and raised to be a wife and a mother. And there was no other option in this world. That's your purpose in life. That's it. You guys, that right there, that is the pervy control freak to Christian wifey pipeline. And it's really not spirituality. It's a carefully and intentionally engineered system. Let me tell you a little bit about my story and how this all played out. You saw my ending first for a reason. 24 years of be the submissive wife, and I ended up broke, panicked, and homeless with kids I couldn't afford to feed, because that's what happens when all you know how to do is bake the cherry pie and have the babies and look cute, and you have absolutely no other skills. In a world with an over 50% divorce rate, with husbands who die, become disabled, economies that are very fragile, and other life events that can fall on top of you and mess everything up, not being able to provide for yourself is an unacceptable idea. And it always has been. But I didn't know that. I was born into the pipeline and I did everything right. church every week, embrace my godly femininity, obsess about my purity, and try not to become that lit cupcake, find my eternal companion. Next steps after putting the ring on it, obedience, support his callings, support his career, be an obedient wifey, build a home and a family. And when the provider man failed, the system just shrugged. Because dependency is a feature, not a bug, and they can't pick up all of the pieces when it fails. It's too much work. I have a friend who's going through this right now. She is this sassy, classy, beautiful, traditional homeschooling. She never saw divorce or disaster on their horizon. She loves her husband deeply. They have an incredible relationship. He is suddenly and unexpectedly and heartbreakingly terminally ill. She hasn't worked in years. The phrase provider man collapses under one diagnosis. And I wish that I had the capability of compiling a book of all of the comments and DMs from hundreds of thousands of women around the world who have hit the end of this pipe and been spit out the other end, and then reached out to me and said, oh my God, Jenny, I just went through this too. It makes me sick. So I want us to start dialoguing about a new term, and I want you to say it with me. Provider mom. We are grown adults. We must be able to provide for ourselves and our kids like all humans, including women, have always done traditionally for hundreds of thousands of years until the modern industrialized, capitalized religious church wifey was invented. Barefooted and pregnant, which is where I spent my entire adult life. And they're trying to drag us all back there. You might ask, why do the men care? Why would they do that? Why would this pipeline even exist? It's because they're too emotionally immature to engage in a vulnerable relationship with a fully mature and powerful, independent woman.
Do you want to raise your daughters to be grown, independent women? No, unless you want her to be single or divorced. She's supposed to be a helper, and she's supposed to be one with her husband.
Don't raise your daughters to be grown, independent women. Oh my God, the emotional atrophy that these men are dealing with is mind-boggling. I'm just glad we're not them. Here's another factor. They weren't raised to do the girl stuff like fix themselves a sandwich or run a dishwasher. So they generally cannot live without a house slave. Also, they're control freaks, and we've let them be control freaks, and they're just used to it. It feels good to them. And mostly, they've been raised in a culture where submissive, childish, barely raised women are hot. It turns them on, and they like to be turned on. It's all they've got going for them. Their lives suck. And a little bit of domestic erotica that arouses them, that's all they have. Well, I, for one, think it's time for the pervy, churchy control freaks to grow the hell up and stop. Grandmas, plug your ears, just fucking stop. And since they won't, it's time for us to just say no. And if you won't say no for you, say no for your future kids, because here's the results of the pipeline. 1 in 7 kids live in poverty. Child abuse is rampant with these guys, as is domestic violence. My whole channel is about my life, take 2, and how I escaped domestic violence, and look at Happy Me. And Happy Me has been in therapy for 7 years. Happy Me tried to end my own life. Happy Me was homeless and miserable and broken, and my children were right there with me. My children were homeless because of me. My children have had their own varying degrees of long-term trauma as a result of mom being part of this pipeline. And alimony and child support stats are pretty terrible. So if you are in this pipeline thinking that you're just going to be married happily ever after, and then you do end up being part of the 50+% of people who get divorced, less than 40% of child support is ever paid, and less than 17% of alimony is ever paid. In my divorce, my ex-husband paid alimony exactly 1 time. The second month after our divorce, he just simply didn't pay it. He did give me a small settlement midway through, which is why I was sleeping in my car and unable to support my kids. So if you're not going to choose yourself, please at least think about your future children. A man is not a plan. Life happens, illness, abandonment, death, addiction. You know who benefits from this system? Let's follow the power. Who's in charge here? The men behind the pulpits or on the megachurch stages, these Christian influencers. I mean, that's really all they are. Creepy old guys teaching teenage girls biblical womanhood in small groups, sliding them straight into a kink dressed as a calling. They police your clothes, your virginity, your voice, because if you're small and scared, you're easier to use. This isn't faith. It's fantasy management for men who want a mommy and a maid and a mistress, that mom with benefits. Here's what the system produces when the bill comes due. It leads to women with no savings, no resume, no safety net. Girls taught to confuse obedience with love. Predators with perfect cover, the cover of headship, provider. And when all collapses, it ends where my story ended. Homelessness, poverty, broken hearts, and broken lives. I lived it. My friend and some others in my circle are living it right now, and I'm sick of it. So let's end the pipeline. Here's what we can do to step out of the pipeline. Build your own life first. Degree, trade, savings, credit, a job you like that pays for it all. Set boundaries with churches that police your body, your relationships, or your paycheck. Find healthy role models for yourself and for your daughters. The Deborahs, Jaels, Priscillas, Phoebes, Lydias, and modern women who pay their own bills. I'll be your badass internet big sister if you don't have anyone else. And if you're already stuck in this pipeline, talk to a local DV trauma counselor, a legal aid clinic, and a women's employment nonprofit. Quietly make copies of documents. Start a freedom fund. Make sure that that account is designated solely as your property so that you can never touch it, even if it's just $5 at a time. Fall in love if you want, after you're an independent, grown-ass adult woman. And please avoid the alphas. This is the best tip that I, as your internet big sister, can possibly ever give you. Date the men who listen, who share power. People can call them simps, call them betas, whatever. Jesus was a simp. I stand by that. He washed feet. He listened. He wasn't auditioning for Andrew Tate's Barnabas boot camp. And men, here's the challenge to you. Retire this fetish now. If your faith needs your girlfriend to be poor, young, and obedient, that's not faith, it's fear. Be a partner, not a patriarch. Partner in money, partner in chores, partner in respect. Go watch my friend King of the Betas over on TikTok for some real man advice. I'll put that link in my description. And if all of this sounds unmanly, the problem probably isn't feminism. It's your overinflated ego. This pipeline nearly broke me. I'm called Life Take Two, not because, wow, my life changed and I pivoted, but because when my husband abandoned our family and I found myself homeless, I tried to end my life. That's why I do everything that I do, because this pipeline has some real potential for harm. This pipeline grooms girls to serve a fantasy and leaves women disposable. We are done. Say it with me. A man is not a plan. Be the provider, mom. Build the life. Choose love as an equal or don't choose it at all. If you found anything valuable in this video today, share this with someone who needs a wake up. Comment your story or your exit plan below and subscribe for more. And remember, strong women raise strong daughters and better sons. Let's tear this thing down and build something truly worthy of us.
All right. Well, apparently it was her husband who abandoned her and then she lost the house and all that. At least that's the way it sounds. Don't know if that's true. And, it's pretty much just a YouTube show. If you don't believe her, that's fine. No skin off my nose.
This is democracy.
But
now.
I would argue that the responses to this video in the chat were extremely interesting. People getting all kinds of upset and taking all kinds of umbrage. It was very interesting. So this is going to be the last video of the day. It looks interesting, and Annette Gordon-Reed is probably my third favorite female historian. So let's see what she has to say. Then we will abandon the cause till tomorrow morning.
democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show looking at plans by the White House for a far-reaching review of Smithsonian Museum exhibitions in order to ensure they align with President Trump's interpretation of U.S. history. That's according to the Wall Street Journal, which obtained a letter from a White House official instructing that Smithsonian exhibits could be, quote, accurate, patriotic, and enlightening, ensuring they remain places of learning, wonder, and national pride for generations to come, unquote. In March, the president signed an executive order directing officials to eliminate, quote, improper, divisive, or anti-American, unquote, ideology from its museums. This latest plan comes after the Smithsonian removed references to his two impeachments during his first term in office. Press for details. This is President Trump speaking last week during the signing of an executive order.
We want the museums to talk about the history of our country in a fair manner, not in a woke manner or in a racist manner, which is what many of them, not all of them, but many of them are doing. Our museums have an obligation to represent what happened in our country over the years, good and bad, but what happened over the years in an accurate way.
The Smithsonian has said they have returned the references to Trump's impeachment. For more, we're joined by Annette Gordon-Reed, a Harvard history professor and president of the Organization of American Historians. She is the Pulitzer Prize-winning author of the book, The Hemingses of Monticello, An American Family, and her most recent book is titled On Juneteenth. Professor, welcome to Democracy Now! It's an honor to have you with us. Let's begin with the Smithsonian, and of course, also so significantly, what's happening to the Smithsonian Museum of African American History and Culture.
Well, it's something of a not a shock, because we see other things that are happening at the same time, but the idea that the Smithsonian, which was created as an independent entity, should reflect any administration's vision of history and not the vision of the historians and the researchers and the other people who devote their lives to studying these things is more than problematic, I would say. So it's not a shock, because we can see what's happening in other arenas, but it is something that's a departure from what should be expected, what is right, actually.
Talk about the founding of this museum, what it took, and how interesting. I mean, years ago, I did an interview with Lonnie Bunch, who was the founding head of the African American Museum of the Smithsonian, who then was elevated to be head, as he is today, of all the Smithsonian museums, and what this means to President Trump.
Well, I think there's an attempt to shape the narrative of history. As we know, history is political in many ways, and this is an opportunity he feels, the administration feels, to put his stamp on the way we tell the story of America. And I don't think that this is something that the American people want. We see survey after survey that indicates that people support the idea of a capacious and a truthful, unvarnished picture of American history, because that's the only way to figure out what happened in the past. There's no way to learn if you don't know what actually happened.
I want to go to an issue of curriculum in this country that also will affect the Smithsonian museums. Starting this school year in Oklahoma, teachers must earn a teaching certificate to be able to teach in the public schools of Oklahoma this school year. And what an Oklahoma school official says will keep away woke indoctrinators. The assessment was designed by PragerU, a conservative media company, the talk show host Dennis Prager's company, whose educational materials have been approved for use in public schools already in 10 states, including Arizona, Florida, Texas, New Hampshire, and Louisiana. One of their recent videos, which kids are shown, which has gone viral, features a cartoon of Christopher Columbus downplaying and justifying the practice of slavery.
Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no?
Being taken as a slave is being better than being killed, no? as if also they're mutually exclusive. Annette Gordon-Reed, can you talk about what is being taught here that kids are being subjected to, and the larger thread, and if you feel it's a white supremacist take on history?
That is an amazing statement. If being a slave is better than being killed, well, there were like mass suicides, people jumping off ships, slave ships, to drown themselves rather than be slaves. So I wonder how you explain. Hell, there's an incident of a ship pulling into Charleston Harbor, and for some reason or another, I can't remember the circumstances, but the people basically like drown themselves in Charleston Harbor rather than be slaves. So interesting point PragerU makes.
Well, it's an attempt to play down or downplay what happened in the United States with slavery. Of course, slavery has existed since biblical times. People know that. That's not something that has never been acknowledged. But the question is, how did it play out in North America from American history? How did we do it? What effect did it have on the people who were enslaved, and what legacies are still there? This is a way of trying to prove that nothing bad happened to African-American people, that there's no reason for any kind of redress, that there's no reason to pay any attention to the legacies of slavery. So this is something that they've long wanted to achieve, and because they are in political ascendancy at this moment, that they can do it. But this is a whitewashing of history. Under the guise of making white children feel better about themselves. I mean, the thinking is that they feel guilty, and that has not been my experience in talking to young people about slavery, the institution of slavery. They know that they are not responsible, that they didn't enslave people. There's no reason for them personally, but it's reason for them to understand why things are the way they are, and how we go about creating a fair and multiracial society.
I wanted to go back to your Pulitzer Prize-winning book, Professor Gordon-Reed, to the Hemingses of Monticello, An American Family. And if you would talk about how Sally Hemings and the family has been talked about in the past. I remember going on a tour where she was not discussed as an enslaved person, and having to ask a question of the tour guide there. Why aren't you telling us more? Talk about the story as you feel it needs to be told. And do you believe that narrative is threatened today in places like Oklahoma, right up to the whole Smithsonian array of museums?
Well, there's been a sea change in the attitude at Monticello about how you talk about Sally Hemings. There's actually a tour that's devoted to the Hemings family, and her story is told there, and in a particular room that we thought she may have lived in for a time at Monticello. It's important because it shows you that this country has never been just a white country. It's a country that involves slavery, which was not just making people work without pay. It was a society where blood mingled. There are people enslaved their own family members. And that's something that I think people should know. And my experience in talking to people about this is that Americans want to know history, want to know the accurate history. That story may be imperiled. I mean, there are always people who fight against it because they think it reflects poorly on Jefferson, that it makes him something other than a white person in a way, to have had children with a woman who was African-American, a part African-American. But we always fight these battles, and it's a continuing struggle, and that's the nature of it. We have to defend what is true and follow history, to follow the truth to wherever it leads us.
Professor Gordon-Reed, I also wanted to ask you about these latest developments. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recently announcing that a Confederate memorial removed from Arlington National Cemetery would be put back. The 32-foot bronze statue was actually installed almost 50 years ago after the Civil War ended in 1914. As well as reinstalling a statue of Confederate general and alleged Ku Klux Klan member Albert Pike in D.C. that was torn down by Black Lives Matter protesters back in 2020. Can you talk about the significance of this?
Well, the significance of it is that it's somewhat akin to why they were put up to begin with. As a statement about white supremacy, I think, in promoting this notion. There's no reason to honor people who attacked the United States of America, fought against the United States of America. This was a way of sending a signal to African American people in the community, in the places where these things were put up all across the South, that we were not really a part of America. And I think it still has the same message today.
And I also wanted to ask you, as a professor, I was just reading an article about Howard students returning to campus, especially the first-timers, actually the freshmen who are coming to Washington, D.C., and being afraid to step foot outside their new dorms because of the occupation of the city by National Guard troops, and what could happen to them if they take one false step, or even if they don't do anything that they know is a problem. Can you talk about the significance of what's taking place?
Well, it's sad because this should be a time of excitement, looking forward to a future, and the notion that you feel threatened by being in the place where that's supposed to be your new home for 4 years, you're beginning your journey in life is a terrible thing. But I think in general, this is a part and parcel of all of this is together. It's a movement to, I think, marginalize African American people even more. I mean, Washington is a city with a large Black population. The optics of it suggest that this is a desire to sort of take control and to send the message that we aren't really a part of this society. And that's the great tragedy of it.
Finally, Professor Gordon Reed, I wanted to ask you about your new book on Juneteenth. It's part history, but also part memoir and meditation on your own growing up in Texas, the original home to Juneteenth. Tell us, in the midst of this climate, what it means to you.
Well, it means it's sort of interesting because when it became a federal holiday, it looked like this was a chance for people on a yearly basis to talk about, an occasion to talk about slavery and the legacies of slavery. And now I want that could be in jeopardy as well. I mean, we've been celebrating a holiday as a state holiday in Texas since 1980. This red state, or this purple gerrymandered state, has been celebrating Juneteenth since 1980. And the idea that we may pull back from that, or we have pulled back from that, is a little disheartening. But I think we will, we will continue. I mean, people celebrated in 1875 and the end of Reconstruction every year since the day itself. So I'm continue that we will persevere. I'm assuming that we will in fact persevere and go ahead with it. But it's definitely under attack now. And this whole effort to take things back, roll back the civil rights movement, and roll back advancements for African American people.
Annette Gordon Reed, I want to thank you so much for being with us, Harvard history professor. Thank you. And president of the Organization of American Historians. She's the Pulitzer Prize-winning author of the book, The Hemmingses of Monticello, An American Family. And her most recent book is
it's a good
titled
book, by the way.
On Juneteenth.
I haven't read this one.
Our broadcast, Democracy Now!
All right, folks. Well, everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button on the way out. Ooh, only 3 left. So I guess I'll be the one to close the door and turn off the lights and all that. So I will be back at around 6:45 in the morning. Everybody have a good day. And share out the channel if you're new. And I will see you tomorrow.